Yes, it's off now.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to Hands In 2022.
Yo,
Yay.
It's great
Hello.
to see everybody here.
Hello.
Welcome to our first annual Hands In.
uh,
And before we officially get started, um, just wanted to uh, remind folks that this is an event really about engagement and engaging with each other. And when you come into Virbela, the one of the best opportunities is to really meet new people. We have people from around the world, and if you can, I'm starting to see people say where they're from. I'd love to see if you type into the public chat what city, what country you're coming from, and so that we can see what kind of representation we have around the world. Brazil, Mexico City, via Bulgaria. It's going so fast, I can't even read that fast. India, Istanbul, Paris, Gainesville, Florida, Auckland, New Jersey, Philippines. Oh, wow. San Ramon, California, Madrid, Spain, Portugal. Amazing. South Africa, Singapore, the Netherlands, good old Silicon Valley, Dusseldorf, Germany, incredible Boise, Idaho, Ontario, Canada. Great. And some housekeeping. If the bottom left corner you have the mute button, we can turn the mute up button on for you just during our presentations. We ask that you have yourself on mute. We will sometimes prompt for questions, and you can turn your mute button off so that you can talk with us and engage with us. This is all about having this real world feeling and bringing our customers and our partners and the community together and having a conversation with each other. So we're going to get things kicked off here officially. It's so great to see so many people from so many places around the world, to see friends and customers. And we really encourage you to make some new friends here today. So sometimes we'll turn on the private volumes within your row. And if you come into an event and we haven't started yet, say hello to the person next to you, find out where they're coming from and what company they're with or organization, and make a new friend. So I hope at the end of today, you will have met at least 5 new friends. Give yourself a goal of a minimum of 5 new friends, and make some connections around the industry and the community. All right, let's officially get started now. Welcome to Virbela's inaugural User and Community Summit, Hands In 2020. What is Hands In? It's a tradition at Virbela that we use to end team meetings. We bring our avatars together in a circle, put our hands in, say a few meaningful words, and break to get going with energy and fun. These kinds of gestures and interactions in virtual worlds are transforming the way we work right before our eyes. They are powerful tools to build culture and community and make your workplace and your teams feel more connected. This is all about recreating our human connections in digital spaces. Today, we're excited to bring our community together. It's our way of saying thanks to all who have joined us on this incredible journey thus far. It's also an opportunity to underline our mission to build more human-centric workplaces, best places to work. Along with several product announcements, we're excited to launch our new corporate campus today, as you can see, designed to foster a sense of community for your remote and distributed teams. And we really encourage you to explore and find what we've hidden out there. Don't miss out on our campus tours, which are right after this session. The scavenger hunt, which you can do on your own at any time. Our art gallery, which is incredible. Diversity promenade, designed by our community experiences designer, Sarah Segrest. Our partner lounge, featuring Gaia Link and iLearn, and lots more. We have a jam-packed agenda We have incredible executives from EXP, our parent company. AT&T is here. DXC Technologies here. PwC, Fujitsu, the Great American Cancer Society. Second Life is represented here with co-founders. Wavemakers, a great customer of ours and really credible at teaching how to use immersive spaces. Other Virbela partners, Rochelle, they create immersive experiences in Virbela. Help us, support each other in building this new industry of interactive immersive spaces. A couple of quick housekeeping items. Social reminders, feel free to share photos, take screenshots, and post to Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever you go for social media. Please hashtag hands in when you do that. Helpful reminders for your team can be found on the right screens in the auditorium here. So you look behind me to my left, or as you look to your right, so you can check there. And most importantly, have fun, make friends, network, and meet folks from other companies and other organizations. We have a real diversity of people and backgrounds, and obviously from people from all over the world. So we're incredibly excited. So with that, we're going to do a hands in with the team on stage to get us started. Come on, guys.
Alrighty.
Our circle's looking a little uncircled, but it'll do. Come
Close
on, Gabe.
enough.
Here we go. Ready, break.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
Woo!
As a reminder, you can zoom in to any screen from anywhere in the auditorium. It's a nice feature about our massive auditorium here. The screen zoom feature at the top of the application, and you can choose which screen you want to see, so you can see the full presentation. We'll be mainly using the front center screen and for the presentations and videos, and so stay tuned. And feel free to ask questions during the whole day in the chat box, and we'll try to get to them or get to you afterwards on any of these questions. So with that said, I'm super excited to welcome Dr. Alex Howland, Virbela's president, co-founder, great leader for our Virbela team, to the stage to officially kick off Hands in 2020 launch.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, Cap. I have my webcam up on your left screen just to quickly say hello. Some people think I'm just an avatar. I want to make sure you know I'm a real human, and there are a lot of great, amazing humans behind the Virbela brand and platform. So thank you all so much for being here with us today. Really exciting. Such an honor. We've been thinking about having a user conference for years now. For it to come to life has taken a full team effort. So for my team that's out in the audience today, congratulations. Really incredible what you've accomplished here and getting all these folks together from all over the world, really representing what we set out to do here 10 years ago. I can't believe this year actually marks 10 years since starting Virbela. It's been an interesting decade. The market has shifted time and time again. At first, we were Second Life for business. Then we were a VR company, then an XR company. And today, we are a Metaverse company. Definition of what the Metaverse is changing, but I'm encouraged that the world is talking about it. The largest companies in the world are investing in it. And people like you are leaning in. Well, we are not the Metaverse. We are certainly a Metaverse platform. We are unique in that we focus on the enterprise metaverse, creating virtual experiences to improve the real-world lives of individuals, teams, and organizations. Our why has not changed since our start. Virbela got its start when I was pursuing my PhD in organizational psychology. Ron Rembish and I were awarded a couple $1 million grant funds to build a virtual world platform to build global communities of learning. Place where people could come together from all over the world to develop as professionals, much like we're doing here today. Founding values of community, culture, learning and development, teaming, and emotional intelligence are still very relevant today. COVID has accelerated the shift to remote work in a way no one saw coming. Employees have learned the freedom to work from anywhere is liberating, and companies have learned that employees can be trusted to get work done from anywhere. However, the shift to remote and hybrid has not come without hardships. Individuals are reporting feelings of loneliness. Learning development has become more challenging. Access to leadership has decreased, and cultivating a shared culture and vision has never been more challenging. We give that a lot of thought each day at Virbela. And how do we address some of those challenges? And we believe there's incredible opportunity in what virtual worlds and the enterprise metaverse has to offer. While tools like web conferencing, Slack, and shared web documents can support remote work, there are gaps that remain. We can address those gaps, many of those gaps, with the enterprise metaverse. I'm incredibly proud of the work we've been able to accomplish the last 10 years. We are the only platform with a multi-billion-dollar success story in our now sister company, eXp Realty. eXp has grown from 1,000 agents to 77,000 agents since they adopted the platform. For all I know, they're probably already up to 78,000 today. They're the fastest growing real estate company on the planet, and they've expanded to 20 countries since the pandemic hit, all without stepping foot on a plane. An important piece of the metaverse is blending the digital and the physical world. I don't think there's a better example than eXp selling real homes in the real world, yet operating 100% of their operations in a virtual world, from agent recruiting and onboarding to C-suite and board meetings. What I am most proud of, though, is that through employee ratings, they've been awarded Glassdoor's Best Places to Work 5 years running. Think of that. Think of that. With the state of today's technology, employees are already experiencing the benefits of the enterprise metaverse. Just think where we can take this in the coming years. I want to quickly show a video highlighting some of eXp's success.
The secret to eXp's growth is the people. It's the agent-centric nature. It's the platforms that we're on. It's how we connect. It's our community. It's also the way that we're able to scale so quickly because we have a significant advantage with Virbela.
The Virbela platform has allowed us to expand all over the globe. We entered Asia in Hong Kong recently. We were in amazing, huge territories like India and Mexico and Brazil. That would have been impossible for us to do without the Virbela platform. All of this without me ever stepping on a plane.
The value eXp gets from using Virbela is this sense of place to build community. The value is the community, and Virbela provides the platform for that community to come together, engage, and grow.
From a technology standpoint, I think Virbela is the biggest competitive advantage we have. We are the only company in the real estate industry that uses this platform, and it's a huge advantage for us.
Virbela for us literally has been the enabling technology that's allowed us to create an over $5 billion enterprise in under 12 years.
Inspiring, great. Glad you were able to see that. eXp and Virbela were even highlighted in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, and eXp has even had weddings in their version of the Virbela metaverse, which have gone a bit viral. They were on the Colbert show last week. Fun to see, the world kind of recognizing what we're doing. We're working with a lot of other organizations, of course, and many of them, understandably, are not quite ready to fully operate in the virtual world headquarters. But we've been supporting many elements of the employee experience journey, from recruiting to onboarding, training and development, to dance parties in our speakeasy, of course. We are building the playbook with all of you on how to improve the lives of employees, teams, and organizations. Progress has not always come easy. The technological ecosystem we operate is ever shifting. The science and operating techniques to use the technology in the most effective way are in constant iteration and will be for quite some time. Becoming enterprise ready has been no small feat for a small company, working to become GDPR compliant, undergoing rigorous penetration testing, and going through our first SOC 2 audit. Not to mention those of you in the audience who throw 120-page MSAs our way. Raise your hand if that's you. There is still much to learn and to develop. Today, the technology landscape is moving even faster and challenges will remain, but the vision is clear and our commitment towards it steadfast. While many of you are familiar with our marquee product that we're in here today, we've also been experimenting with other products which allow us to progress towards our vision. We are well aware of the importance of our platforms to support scale, be highly accessible, have fidelity, and be very customizable. Given the current constraints of commodity hardware and the power of the internet, we need to balance between these factors. With Virbela, we're proud to support more concurrent users within one environment than any other platform. We've intentionally prioritized the desktop experience to balance ease of use and accessibility. The campus feel is meant to foster community, inclusivity, and productivity. With our new Frame product, we're hyper-focused on accessibility and customizability. Frame is available on any device with a browser and does not require a client download. Educators around the world are already using its creator tools to build immersive curriculum to bring learning into a new dimension. Incredible. Finally, we create fully immersive VR, or really XR, training simulations with our nation's military. This work allows us to push the boundaries of what is possible in XR immersion, linking in haptics, real-time terrain data, and hyper-accurate physics to make training available in real time, safely, and at a fractional cost of what is currently available. These three initiatives allow us to push the boundaries, learn from the market, and adopt quickly. We're thrilled to see many large organizations and enterprises beginning to adapt faster and more deeply than we've ever seen before. Time is now. I'd now like to shift a little bit to our 5 to 10 year vision. In the next 5 to 10 years, we envision millions of individuals and thousands of organizations operating Virbela's enterprise metaverse. They will do this as a way to improve the employee experience, to operate more efficiently, and to build strong community and culture. Of course, the technology's fidelity, scale, customizability, and accessibility will be far greater than it is today. But we will also have a much stronger understanding of how to use these technologies to solve real-world problems. Solutions will be cross-platform. There will still be value to video. Day-to-day operations may still be in 2D mode like we are here today, but we'll also dive into VR headsets and XR headsets where greater immersion is beneficial. Say, for example, for design purposes or for deep learning and immersive simulations. Interoperability will be essential, but it will be less about bringing your Fortnite avatar to work and more about connecting a suite of business tools such as communication platforms, data visualizations, and business credentials. For organizations, security will still be essential. Walled gardens can be maintained, but for organizations who want to explore a broader enterprise metaverse, they'll be able to do so. Imagine being able to move seamlessly between your organization's campus to, say, Stanford's campus for professional development. We will offer many more robust tools for creators to diversify their piece of the metaverse, making it their own, experimenting and innovating. Behavioral data in the enterprise metaverse, used responsibly, will drive great value. Imagine collecting micro-credentials on the blockchain for completing learning experiences that support career growth. Graphs of team talk data to encourage inclusivity in meetings. Network analysis of communication patterns of your organization to identify silos. While games will be a huge part of the metaverse, we will offer serious games. Games that help build trust, support mental health, grow leadership competencies, and build cultural intelligence. This is a big part of our founding story in an area 10 years in, I feel we're just beginning to scratch the surface. Truthfully, some elements of the vision are still blurry, and that's definitely half the fun. What's important to me is that we continue towards our mission of improving the professional lives of our users and the teams and organizations they are a part of. I genuinely appreciate everyone in this room for joining us on this journey. To my staff, wow. We've grown from 20 to 150 people these last 2 years. It has not been easy. Your commitment has been incredible. Forget building a plane while it's in the air. You are building the future of the work while you're creating it, while you're in it. You impress me every day. To our partners, thank you for broadening a footprint across the globe. Thank you for bringing your expertise as a complement to our products. To the EXP family, thanks for believing us when we were only one full-time employee. Thank you continue to invest in us and grow with us. It's been an amazing journey. Thank you for leaning in. To our clients, thank you for being early adopters. Thanks for leaning into the unknown. Thank you for pushing us to make us better. Finally, to all of our users, you are the Virbela community. We cannot do this without you. Thank you for evangelizing us. Everyone in this room, please continue to push us, learn with us, and innovate with us. Thank you, and I'd now like to turn it over to one of my co-founders, Shailen Brown, who will share a bit more about our product framework in our upcoming implements. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Alex. Really appreciate you laying out some of the history and the ambition of what we've been doing with Virbela. And really want to thank everybody for coming and joining us here today to experience some of what we've been working on the last year or two, and get a glimpse of some of the things that we're going to bring to the table, bring to the metaverse in the coming year. And and so you've got a sense of some of the background of Virbela, and I want to start by maybe just giving you a little bit of my background of what has brought me to Virbela. I came here with a perspective that's formed by work that I've done as an artist and an academic researching human-computer interaction, and I've been building virtual worlds for now 30 years. So this has been a long time endeavor that I've approached by doing both creating new cultural experiences while doing academic research at some of the fundamental issues. Right before I came and joined Virbela full time, I was a founding faculty, professor, and research leader for a new Institute of Creative Computing in London. And previous to that, founded the Arthur C. Clarke Center for Human Imagination, which as a part of it had this lab called the Experimental Game Lab. And it was in that lab that was managed by Eric Hill, who's now our VP of Engineering, where we came together with Alex to start to build the earliest versions of Virbela. That lab was part of a larger research institute called CalIT2 that started a business incubator where we took that initial research project that Alex and Ron had put together, and we started to see if we could turn that into a company. And that's what we have been doing for the last decade. And as I said, I'd been building these virtual worlds now for 30 years, 20 years before we started Virbela. And it was this academic research that was feeding directly into this art practice of building experimental virtual world artworks that were commissioned and displayed at museums around the world. And in that process, I was obviously very excited about the possibilities of what could do with these new technologies. But then it led me to continue to ask very fundamental questions about the nature of virtual worlds. And the approaches that I developed to these projects really informed, some pretty fundamental aspects about the initial creation of Virbela, and continue to inform our ongoing developments. Um, so, so now I kind of retreat for a moment into my previous role as a professor, to kind of lay down what I think are some of the key first principles of virtual worlds that we try to think about, adhere to, and manifest in our product. And so, at the basis of the way I kind of think about virtual worlds is that they are really a new medium for human expression and experience. And so every time, we can look historically at how new mediums have come to fruition, how they've gone from, kind of technological experiments into fully formed ways in which we communicate and express ideas with each other. We can look at examples from like photography or cinema or television or the internet, and see how these new forms really change the way we understand the world and think about our experiences and our agency within that changed world. And with each of those mediums, we can see kind of hints at ways in which they connect to the previous worlds that they were coming from, previous media forms. But when they become fully formed in and of their own, they start to create their own ways of making meaning with their technological methods. And with virtual worlds, for the first time, we have a medium that is all about spatial experience. It's about accelerating spatial experience, where our previous mediums have all been about things like text or sound or images. And this is really important for us because our brains are very sophisticated processors of space. We have evolved as humans with bodies situated in space, and we innately use space to create meaningful relationships with complex environments and changing social conditions. So in creating the medium of virtual worlds, we build upon these experiences of the physical world, but we're ultimately creating a new language of spatial experience. And so Virbela is an articulation of these kind of fundamental design principles. And its ongoing developments build upon what we're really learning from our engagement with our pioneering customers that are helping set the stage for the next developments of our platform. And we can kind of think about them as happening in four related areas. So one is the fidelity of the experience. And, we can often think about fidelity with things like how many pixels you might be able to show on a screen or how many colors a display has. But fidelity, I think, has an even more basic relationship to what we would call representation. So how do the symbolic forms that a medium is showing read the world that we actually live in? And that relationship is not exactly one-to-one. Our representations always are emphasizing some aspects of the original while abstracting others. And that's a very intentional kind of differentiation from the original experience, because the way it does that creates the elements that a medium uses to create meaning. And so as an example, one way we do this in Virbela is we take elements that, seem to be relate to the natural world, and we take some other elements that relate to the cultural world, and we create blends of these natural and cultural elements, very, very specifically because those innately enable different frames of mind, different ways in which you might think about how you want to collaborate and organize yourself with other people, and how you're actually even thinking about the ideas and problems that you might be working with at any one time. Um, Scalability is another kind of key pillar to what we're trying to do. Our worlds give us the ability to interact with another person, with a half a dozen colleagues, or an audience of hundreds of thousands. And our continued developments are really looking at how we enrich the experience at all of those different levels of scale. What do you need in an environment to better facilitate that collaborative group activity, with a half a dozen other people? What does it mean to be in an audience of 1,000 people, both both as a presenter and as an audience member? Those visual representations of that experience really innately bring out the ingrained social behaviors that we've learned from the real world to this point, and we've learned evolutionarily to help our societies function effectively. And then we think about accessibility. And so we're always trying to balance the quality of engagement with the accessibility of common computing platforms that allow people around the world to connect together and share experiences. So as Alex has mentioned, we have really very purposely for the Virbela product focused on the desktop computing environment. And it'd be and we know we can't dictate the exact specifications to our customer base, so we're always looking at how do we optimize our software platform so that we can have the broadest impact with this product that we can have. And we think about extensibility. And this coming year, we're really going to see new ways that Virbela is going to be able to be extended, customized, and connected to other kinds of applications. And this is all the way from at the data level, connections to Virbela, in and out of Virbela, application integration, and then to the ability to further customize the environment for customers' needs. And so, Virbela overall is building these next generation products for the metaverse. And at different points, some have more capability in some area than others. And that's why we, continue to explore a range of products in our portfolio. And those different experiences have cross-fertilization with each other, as well as meet different kind of use cases. And and at the end of this, the question is, like why Virbela? And I think Virbela is really, really a critical tool for this next phase of of our civilization. That are because of the kind of complexities of the world. It's the scale of issues that we're dealing with, the globalization of these activities, the pace of human endeavors. If we aren't fully engaging the capabilities of each of our own spatial brains, we're leaving a lot of cognitive capacity untapped. So with Virbela, what we're really trying to do is tap further into the capabilities of all of our users, so you can more fully engage your brain, engage the aspects of your cognition that we've evolved over millions of years to get to this point, and bring their allows us to connect globally. With those capabilities. And we're doing that with Virbela, bring real value to the world today. But we're doing it with a way that we, understand that this is a journey, that our product's going on and the culture at large is going on. So I'm really excited that you're all here today to see some of the fruits of our labors recently, and to get a glimpse of some of the work that we're looking to bring out in the coming year, and that our teams have been really bringing a lot of creative ideas and insightful engagements with our customers to the table, so that we can think about what this next stage of these virtual platforms can be. So first up, I'm going to ask up here Joshua Pollock, our senior technical artist, walk you through some of the background and ideation that's led into the design of this new virtual campus. Josh?
Well, good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to have you all here. My name is Josh Pollock, and I am a senior technical artist here at Virbela, and also the lead designer on the new campus project. Just such a pleasure to be here with you and be able to share both about this new world that we've created and our continuing efforts to define the future of work. So as we just saw in that video there, this event marks the first look at our new campus environment. Some of you might have already been able to start exploring, but for those of you who haven't yet had the chance, we're very excited to give you some insight into what we've created and our design process behind it and the future of the Virbela platform. First off, unfortunately, my slides are no longer progressing, so maybe Marco can take that over from me. But in regards to our main project goals, the new campus, which thankfully you've already been able to start seeing, was designed from the ground up with our 4 pillars in mind, those being fidelity, scalability, accessibility, and extensibility. It's a whole new face to the Virbela platform, but it has the same features and interior scenes that you already know and use. And with that, our team of environmental designers, organizational psychologists, and our other developers and support staff have focused on taking our existing platform and upgrading it to help organizations build a stronger sense of community and culture in virtual spaces. It all began with a presentation in August of 2019 that I gave to the about 8 other employees we had at the time, as compared to where we are now. It's just been so exciting with that growth. But at that time, we proposed it with the tagline, restructuring the Virbela campus with functionality, scalability, new aesthetics, and navigability. And those 4 points might sound a bit familiar to what you just heard about from Sheldon, but that's because I was actually taught by Sheldon at UCSD in the same manner of thinking. So, a lot of those ideas came from him. But with that, my hope was to outline what I and, of course, a lot of our staff members and other users could see about things to improve with the campus and bringing it into a more modern area of visuals and functionality. From then on, it became a backburner project that I would return to when not pulled away by platform development, helping some of you guys out with your different customization requests and also other pressing tasks. But over the years, with Sheldon taking a more direct role over our product team and with our art team manager, Nicole Galinato, also growing the rest of our art team, more and more folks were able to join in with feedback and contributions, and it grew to where it is today. So now looking at our actual design approach and how we apply those 4 pillars, Virbela has already been building, as Alex mentioned, virtual campuses for about 10 years. So we've had a lot of insights and learnings over those years, which have helped inform our design process. Keeping those pillars in mind, starting with fidelity, as Sheldon was also mentioning, we wanted to create something that not only looks more modern, but still felt familiar. And something that was really important to us in the design process is making sure to balance those things out. You want to have exciting and engaging new ideas, but still have intuitive solutions that people can naturally relate to and understand, like our subway travel system and the aesthetics and those types of things. Things that folks are already familiar with and can utilize right away without having to somehow have a lot of training or really think about other ideas that they're not used to, while we continue to evolve and push that forward and pursue more opportunities down the road. And with this, trying to think about what would be intuitive, we found inspiration from real places. For a lot of us in the original crew, we're all from San Diego. So San Diego has some wonderful public spaces like the waterfront, which you might notice if you've ever been to San Diego. In the new campus, we have our docks and the ship there. That's inspired by San Diego downtown, but also King's Cross in London, where Sheldon was based for a good while there. And we just took inspiration from those hubs and a lot of other business and innovation hubs around the world to make sure that overall it was just that city-like look and feel, but at a scale where you could walk around and feel like you could relate to it and not feel just overwhelmed by the size. But we still support a lot of that scale inside. And that goes to our next idea and the next pillars of scalability and accessibility. A lot of our client feedback comes from wanting to have more flexibility and control over their environment and how they access the platform. And with that, coming from our current campus, we designed our whole new campus with that in mind, making sure that, especially as you'll notice in some of our different team suite areas and the diversity promenade that you see on this campus, it's in that grid layout where going down the road, you'll be able to swap out buildings or entire building blocks with your own different areas or whatever fits your company or organization best, and have those live changes reflected to best suit your use case. Campus can now adapt and grow with your business as you expand and connect with others around the world, scaling to thousands. And in addition, you guys might have noticed a few, at least hopefully noticed, some graphical improvements with this campus. And we did a lot of work on the underlying engine and a lot of our different ways that we are representing things with our new artwork coming out of our original platform, which has been excellent for us, but has aged a bit. But now with that and with the new graphics, we also want to make sure with accessibility that we could build a platform that can represent the type of hardware capabilities that all our clients need. So it can scale between those, but still have a really nice look to it. And then finally, with extensibility, our last pillar, we wanted to, as we move forward into the future of what it means to have a virtual workplace in a virtual world, make sure that we can change and adapt campuses fully to suit their needs and to have really unique digital twins of headquarters and other corporate buildings and unique spaces and branded experiences that people could really customize on the fly. So that'll be really exciting to look forward to. As you can see here, a kind of first look at what a branded, like completely modular world might look like for Virbela. So finally, going to our result and what we've kind of come to and what we're looking forward to in the future. We've designed this new environment that, again, we're so excited to have you check out, that blends business and nature with space for thousands. It feels big enough for the largest companies in the world to bring their employees together, but it's still a place that you individually can feel at home in and call your own. It's a hub for organizations, but also it's a place to create unique individual employee experiences that foster collaboration and build community, like what we do with our new campus, with our all-hands staff meetings we host in outdoor amphitheater, our sales kickoffs, orientations, and everything else. And there's so much more to explore. I know I'm really excited to show you guys some of the different areas between, of course, the built areas, but also the beaches and the mountains. It's a whole world for you to utilize and customize for your organization's needs. Please look forward to joining us right after these keynotes for campus tours between Sheldon, Nicole, and myself. And we're very excited to walk you around and talk about some more opportunities. But again, thank you so much for coming. It's an incredible blessing to have you here. And now I'm going to hand it over to my friend and colleague and Virbela our team manager, Nicole Galinato, to reveal how we're helping each individual bring their authentic self to Virbela. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Josh, and thank you all for being here and sharing your time with us today. All right, I'm Nicole Galinato, the art team manager at Virbela. I have a background of art and design and a bit of project management, and was previously working in the video game industry, working at what is now called PlayStation Studios, before coming to Virbela. But that's plenty about me. But for today, I am really excited to share with you our new avatar system. You'll be getting a first look at some of the new features of this avatar upgrade that our team has been making a huge effort to develop. We set out to create the most diverse, inclusive, and flexible avatar system found in a virtual world platform. Studied other virtual worlds and metaverse platforms, game character creation systems and creation tools, and as well as collected feedback on the kinds of representation our users are looking for. And we began to create something that can capture the look of as many individuals as possible, while continuing to be usable in Virbela and on readily accessible hardware. Avatars are important to the virtual world experience because they add to the fidelity of the world. Same way your physical body allows you to interact and connect with people and represents how you identify yourself to others, you can achieve deeper and closer connections while remotely embodying your virtual self. We want to enable users to be able to do their best work, and in this way, that spatial experience in the virtual world develops meaning and can make a huge impact on the physical world. So from talking with customers, we found our users love the playfulness of the current avatars, but they want features to more closely identify with. Many are underrepresented or given fewer options, and this virtual platform is the perfect place to bridge and close those gaps. So this is why we focused on creating an avatar system that allows you to have deeper control over the look and feel. Keeping the design pillar of accessibility in mind, our vision is to make our avatars easier to use and fully customizable. So let's jump in. You'll be greeted first with this initial customization page. This holds the first of many or few choices that you'll get to make. Here's what I mean. You'll have as much control over your appearance as you'd like, whether a lot or just a little. We know that everyone's time spent on customization is different, so we've given some different paths to help you out. You're in a hurry, like you've entered a campus for the first time for an event and want to quickly jump into the festivities. You can select from a number of pre-made avatars from this screen and head into the world. Got a little more time, you can still select one of those predefined avatars and make some tweaks to get closer to your ideal avatar representation, or start with the blank slate, set a few basic options, then head on your way. So if you set time to dig into the system, kudos to you. Whether starting from blank canvas or pre-made, you can define as deep as you want with options to represent yourself more accurately. Then, once you've gotten comfortable with your avatar and spent some time with it, you'll be able to come back and pop in for a quick wardrobe change or swap your outfit's color palette for a fresh look. So let's have a look at some of those options. So here's what I'm talking about. This is a section of our interactive customization panel with many new and improved features and configuration options. By the way, if you worried your favorite options from the current avatars are going to go away, we're all good. We will be bringing those classics along with us with this avatar upgrade too. Be sprucing them up a little bit. So what's awesome about this system is that this one avatar can be adapted into billions of unique combinations to give you the power of representation. Things like gender options, body type, and facial features work on sliding scales. And aside from the selectable pre-made options like we have in our current system, there are more than 30 sliders to adjust the unique characteristics of each aspect of the avatar, giving users control to curate the representation that best suits them. In regard to accessibility, paying attention to tooling color option schemes and interface choices to support those with poor or deficient color vision, and we'll be including mobility options like wheelchairs for avatars after we launch as well. With extensibility in mind, we're future-proofing the avatar system on the back end to make it easier to adapt to future technological advancements. This will allow us to add new features, so as the technology evolves, our avatar will too. So in order for people to feel connected in virtual workplaces, the pillars of fidelity, extensibility, and accessibility are key. Virbela is taking strides to make sure everyone in our community feels represented for who they are as they are. See here, we're adding additional features like clothing options representing our diverse user base around the world, and of course, more style and customization options on the way. So we've just scratched the surface on what's possible with the new system, and we're looking forward to showing you more in the coming months. That I'd like to hand off to Craig Kaplan, Virbela's Chief Customer Officer and our MC today, who is going to tell you about the first of many exciting native integrations coming to Virbela. Thanks.
Hello, everyone at Hands In. My name is Paul Minyagi. I'm the global leader for our ISV partner program here at Zoom. And I'm really excited to be here today, even though I couldn't physically be there with y'all. At Zoom, we're so excited about the many possibilities our developer platform is enabling and what hybrid work environments may look like in the not so distant future. The Zoom developer ecosystem continues to grow at a rapid pace. Working with a unique company like Virbela that is able to move quickly and experiment and respond to real users' feedback, that to us is real purposeful innovation.
All right. How awesome is that? Thanks to Paul from Zoom to introduce this this new native integration. Virbela is building the bridge between virtual and physical workplaces. And today we're excited to announce our first native integration with Zoom. Pretty incredible. We know the physical workplace is not ever going away, and it shouldn't. But the reality is, as we all know sitting here, most companies have employees distributed in locations across the globe. We're helping these organizations connect their people no matter where they are and making it possible for employees to connect the way they want to connect. Some people love working in the metaverse, others going into a physical office, while some just want to dial in via video. The challenges of remote work at scale are twofold. Recognizing the need to recreate that connection that is created by immersive spaces that give a sense of presence, not available in a video call, and two, giving them universal access to this new way of working. It's a journey. We're all on this journey, bringing your teams together for planned in-person like events while giving your team a path to bridge 2D to 3D as organizations adopt to this remote work at scale. Our vision for the enterprise metaverse is to seamlessly integrate with the way you already work and the way your organizations work and do it at global scale. What we're hearing from our customers, our clients are not necessarily excited about open world metaverse. Oops, let me get back on my slides. Our clients are more interested in a platform that can connect their people and all the tools they already use to get work done efficiently. But safety and security of their employees is of top concern. They want accessibility to lead their teams in engaging meetings and using the tools they are already using. In order for the enterprise metaverse to achieve mass adoption, it has to be accessible from anywhere. Zoom integration will allow you to connect to a Virbela meeting or event no matter where you are, whether you're at home or in the physical office, joining a meeting via Zoom, on the road, calling in from your mobile phone, or meeting in Virbela directly. For employees, having this choice and accessibility is critical because it allows them to work and interact in the way that works best for them. Soon you'll be able to connect Virbela to a conference room just as easy as you would in a real world office powered by Zoom. We're blending the physical and virtual worlds to help bring your entire global organization together. This is the first of many native integrations that Virbela will have into leading collaboration tools available to enterprises today. And with that, I'm going to introduce our VP of Product for Frame, Gabe Baker. Virbela's browser-based virtual meeting product that is accessible today, and to share what's new. Hey, Gabe, come up and join us.
Hello, hello. My name is Gabe. I'm the VP for Frame, and I am wondering how I got put at the end of so many incredibly tough acts to follow. But really, it's a privilege and a pleasure just to share this space with my colleagues up on this stage. For those that are new to Frame, just a quick kind of what is Frame? Frame is let me take control of the screen here so I can do the slides, take ownership, and let me move to the first one. Okay, Frame is a browser-based tool in beta from Virbela for immersive creation and collaboration. It runs from the web, desktop, mobile, and VR. We believe that the web browser is the real key to the metaverse that's been here all along, and the one that undoubtedly will be here in the future. So the Frame team at Virbela, we're one of the top WebXR development teams in the world, and our goal is to push the limits of what can be achieved on the web to make something really personal, playful, and powerful, and highly customizable. Anyone in the Frame team out there in the audience, I love you all. I'm inspired every day by the combination of technical and artistic talent that you all bring to the table to drive Frame forward. I also want to give a really deep, heartfelt thanks to members of the Frame community that are here. You also help drive us forward. Now, a quick tour through Frame's development over the years. When Frame launched, it had one 3D environment, supported 4 users at once, and had 2 different kinds of assets that you could upload to the space. Now, Frame has 17 different environments to choose from. We support 100 users at once, and you can add 17 different kinds of assets into your frames. But some things have stayed the same throughout all this time. There's still no friction, there's no code needed, there's no download needed, and it works right from the web across platforms, and that's going to stay the same. Okay, since we launched Frame, there have been 25,000 different frames created, 25,000 unique individual spaces in the metaverse. On Tuesday, nearly 1,000 frames were created in a single day. Now, just to highlight some recent developments to the platform, there are lots of new things that you can add to Frame that we've just added in the past few months. Visual effects like snow and fire and rain. You can add a news browser in your Frame that lets you browse headlines from around the world in 6 different languages. You can search topics. You can add shapes, basic building blocks for customizing your Frame. You can add maps. You can go anywhere in the world with 3D terrain and turn on fly mode and literally fly through the mountains with your colleagues. And you can ask polls to your audience. And when people respond, those results show up in a 3D pie chart in real time for everyone to see. A big aspect of Frame is that it's customizable. You can upload your own 3D models as the Frame environment or as individual models in this space. And we're always pushing the capabilities of those environments that you can upload. Most recently, you can upload environments that have animations and also light maps for really sophisticated lighting. We've launched branding features that let you add your own logo to the product in key areas. And if you get a full white labeled build of Frame, we give you a really gorgeous analytics dashboard that shows you about the activity in your metaverse. You can also now screen share multiple screens at once. Okay, moving forward. A recent development I want to highlight that we're really proud of is a Frame app for Microsoft Teams, which lets you add Frame directly to your Teams build and access it right from within Teams itself. So you literally just add the Frame app to Teams and you go to a channel and you can just quickly make a frame right for that channel. And anyone in that channel can just quickly hop in without leaving Teams. Beyond being incredibly convenient and useful, this app really shows the flexibility of the Frame platform and its ability to integrate with third-party APIs. And you're going to see more of these in the future. Now, we have a lot of stuff coming up. Some of these things I'll be revealing here, for the first time. You'll be able to move from frame to frame without even reloading the page, just like a seamless transition from one destination to another. We see this as a key part of the metaverse. The ability to clone or remix a frame. Just you're on a frame that you like, and if the frame creator has made it remixable, you'll just be able to click a button to make a copy of it for yourself and then edit it from there. Really cool feature. We're going to launch a progressive web app for mobile devices so that for smartphones or tablets, you have a more app-like experience for Frame. We're going to launch an in-world web browser, kind of a website asset, so you can put websites, live websites, right up inside a Frame. We're going to launch some mini games, more scale, and our own full-body animated avatars, but also an integration with Ready Player Me. So if you have a Ready Player Me avatar, you'll be able to just bring that right into Frame. For those that are might not be familiar with Ready Player Me, it's a third-party avatar creation tool that lets you take a photo of yourself and it generates a really nice avatar based on that photo. We're going to leave beta later this year as the product further stabilizes and evolves. Now, I've been rambling about features, and I could do that for a long, long time. We're working on a lot of things, and we've shipped a lot of things, but our mission to make the metaverse accessible to anyone goes beyond features. And I want to talk about 3 core components of it right now. We really want to enable no-code creatives to build beautiful, dynamic spaces for online interactions. Think about what WordPress and Webflow did for website creation. We think Frame can kind of be the WordPress for the social metaverse. Now, the second piece of this is that we're going to leverage the evolving power, accessibility, and ecosystem of the web platform, which we fundamentally, to our roots, just believe in. Developments are coming to web browsers like WebGPU that will further expand the possibilities with the Frame platform. And then finally, we're going to create a developer and artist ecosystem on Frame so that the world can join us on this mission. We'll be launching a Frame API that lets developers build tools on top of Frame or with Frame, and we'll be creating a marketplace and community for artists to actually sell or share their assets on top of Frame. This is the path that we're charting this year and beyond. Okay, I'm excited. I hope that you are too, but now I will hand things back to our MC, Craig Kaplan, who's going to tell you more about today's schedule. Thank you all.
Thanks, Gabe. Incredible. It is hard to keep up with Gabe and the Frame team, as you can tell. So stay tuned. Follow Gabe on Twitter and see real-time feature updates as they come out every single week. Incredible. As Alex and Sheldon and Gabe and Nicole and Josh have shared today, Virbela is redefining the workplace for global businesses. And you're making history right here, all of us together. The enterprise metaverse is obviously here, and we're building the next generation of products to give organizations and people greater choice and control over how they work and how we interact. We hope you're all as excited as we are about the future. We have a lot more in store. Next up, the product team is going to be doing guided tours of the Virbela campus. So these are Sheldon and Nicole and Josh, who you just saw, going to lead individual tours and talk about the design aesthetics and the reasons behind Campus 2.0 launch and the new scenes. And so don't miss this next session. We're going to break this group up. The beauty of being in a virtual world and being in Virbela is that we can really take the transition from a really big audience like this and break out very easily into separate different scenes and have you have a more personalized tour. So with about 500 people in here, it's going to be really exciting. We're going to break up into groups of 3. And so if you're looking from my point of view, the left side of the auditorium, which is your right, is going to be tour number 1. The middle group is tour number 2. And the right group of the auditorium to my right and your left is tour number 3. I hope I didn't make that any more confusing than I could. So what does that mean in when I say go, not just yet, but when I say go, you click on the go-to menu, you'll see about 6 down in the go-to menu, the tours sub-menu. And when you click on the tour sub-menu, you see tour 1 or tour 2 or tour 3. Click on your tour number. Don't worry if you hit the wrong tour number, nothing's going to break. But this allows you to gather together, follow the tour from Sheldon or Nicole or Josh, and really get deep insights into this Campus 2.0 build. And then we're going to be back here at the auditorium around 10 a.m. Pacific time. We'll try to stay on schedule. And we have a fantastic roundtable discussion. This is going to be really one of the highlights of today's amazing event, is we're bringing together executives from EXP, who lives and works in the Virbela campus for the last 6 years. PwC, we're honored to have here, as well as AT&T's leadership, really talking about diversity and equity from being and working in an enterprise metaverse. And what does that mean? Because it's different than being in the consumer metaverse, as we all know. So, all right, count of 3, click on your tour, get ready. 1, 2, 3.
Welcome, everyone. Hello, Sheldon.
Hello, everyone's coming in.
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey.
Sheldon.
Hello.
Hello. Great to see people pop in here.
Hello, people. What should we do now?
Let's just wait here a minute, and we're gonna try and get everybody gathered, and then we're gonna try to do a little cat herding exercise and get people to follow me to a few places around campus here. So we'll just give another minute or so, because kind of like trying to gauge when the microwave popcorn is done. You know, I'm looking at how the frequency of users popping in, and as soon as that drops to fewer than 1 a second here, we'll get started.
And you are all in the lucky tour with our VP of Product, Sheldon.
Yay!
Well, all the tours are lucky.
Well, the first among equals.
Thanks, Marco. Okay, looks like we're stabilized now, and we're going to be going kind of quick because, of course, we were running a little bit behind, and we want to hit the next event at 10 o'clock on time. But let me give you just a little orientation before we start. We've organized the campus to have a couple of major axes. So over to the right, where we'll be heading in a second, we have some of the more the spaces where we hold larger group meetings, and then over to the left we have some spaces that are more for smaller parts of an organization to find places to call their home, and so that's kind of maybe the major distinction of how this campus is laid out. But within that, there's of course a lot of nuance and detail. So to start with, why don't we all head over to the right, and we'll walk past this welcome sign and kind of over near where this sales ship is. Oh, that's great. Looks like people are following right along here. That's nice. And so, so over here, this building behind me is our auditorium building. And so we all just came from an auditorium, and you could either have walked into it through the lobby and the front door, or gotten into it through the go-to menu. And I encourage you guys at some point to try and explore some of these spaces on your own. Over on the right, you can see we have boat docks, and those boat docks are where you can actually grab a motorboat and zoom around the island, and also has a way in which you can get to some of the other scenes of Virbela, like our expo hall scenes, which you go to another island to be a part of. And if we keep walking down this walkway, if you keep following me here, oops, and I'm going to keep going. I just lost my mouse focus for a sec. We'll keep going up here to where it's called the Partner Lounge. And so in this building, call it the Partner Lounge. It's where we have kind of the next smaller level of spaces from the auditorium. I should also point out that some of these spaces have rooftop environments. So in the auditorium building, a thing I forgot to mention, up on top of its roof is a small meeting space, which is really cool. And you access that from elevators on the side of the building or from the lobby. So every one of these buildings is really kind of an interface to other scenes. So so in this conference hall, we have some doors over here. One says I Learn Conference Hall, one says Guiling Conference Hall. You go through those doors and you get to those conference hall scenes. In the back side of this building, there's also a number of doors that you can configure to go to any other scene that you want to go to. So this, we see this as, in some ways, you can kind of think of as as a big meeting might start in the auditorium, it might go into breakout sessions, but some of them might start to come into a building like this to get to. And now if we kind of go through this building and come out to the back for a second. You can see that around the campus, there's lots of meeting spaces in these outdoor areas. So around every one of these tables is a private volume. So if you want to have a quick ad hoc meeting with 4 or 5 people, these spaces are right here. We also have something that, so this space we kind of think of as an outdoor cafe type space. And beyond this, there's some other interesting kind of fun spaces to explore, where we even have some public artwork that we've commissioned for Virbela. Now maybe if you can keep following me, we'll go up these stairs. Great. I can see everyone's, you're going to get your steps in today, so that's good. Hope your Fitbits are all on and engaged. This is one of our favorite spaces here for that our company uses a lot. It's our outdoor amphitheater. So it's a meeting space, just like in the auditorium or conference hall, but it's but it's outdoors, and it really does give you a very different sense of where you're at. You know, when you're meeting with people out here, yeah, you definitely feel like you're in outdoor space. So it's definitely a cool way in which we're taking advantage of what I was discussing about that state of mind that you get whether you're in a natural environment or in a environment of cultural artifacts like buildings. So now we're going to run past this and into the kind of town center over there. You guys are doing great. So this is an area where you can see we have a number of kind of smaller scale buildings, but more densely, together. And so it's like a town center. And each of these buildings has configurable doors and floors that allow you to locate different parts of your organization or different parts of whatever ecosystem you're trying to foster in your Virbela campus. So this is also a part of the environment that's easily scalable if your organization has growing needs. And so not only do you have this kind of interface into those sub-organizational groups by this kind of familiar metaphor of doorways and lobbies, but between these buildings, there's also interstitial spaces that we'll be building out for kind of the next, after the initial launch, for other kinds of interactive activities that should help bring team building and cohesion to your organization. And so maybe follow me through the middle here. We'll go through the back alleys. so you can maybe see now where we are back in front of me and behind most of you is where we landed. And so now we're kind of just off to the left side of that landing area, and this is our speakeasy environment. And so so previously the speakeasy was only accessible through the go-to menu, and now it's a part of this more kind of downtown scene. So the speakeasy is a really terrific place for social activities that happen in Virbela, and easily accessible right here on campus. And and one thing I should also point out that we're not actually using on this tour, but you can see around the campus there are these different subway stations, and those subway stations allow you to rapidly go from one part of the campus to the other. And in a moment, I'll show you kind of another way that you can get around campus. But maybe follow me for one more stop. And you can just give you a second here to look around. We're on this bridge that's going over this waterway. So this island has a couple of rivers that run through it, and we try and take advantage of the waterways. And again, it's about kind of how this connection between natural environments and cultural environments start to give a place a sense of, give a space a sense of place. And so we're all familiar with how our cities are grown in relationship to the natural environments that define them. And so that's a big part of what we're trying to take advantage of to make as a fun experience here. And you can see that then ahead of you where that lighthouse is there's a stage. That's our beach stage that some of you might be familiar with from the current environment. And then to the right is one of our large towers, which might be where you would put your corporate headquarters, or again, more parts of your organization. And maybe let's try something here. Let's go to that large tower and enter the lobby. Great. And looks like we're getting most people following here. And so now we're going to probably go to a scene that we might have a few more people than it's intended to support, but it's a cool place to go. So if we all just jump into the elevator, and we're going to head up to the roof. Oh, that's cool. We got most everybody up here. So from up here, you got a really great look. You can really have a nice look around the entire island here. There's lots of other places to explore. There's a campsite out in the mountain area. Try to climb up to the top of the mountain and take another good look around. This is also a really inspiring place to come and hang out and have an ad hoc meeting. So we really want this campus to support pleasurable experiences, and I think when we look at the range of tools that people have to support remote work collaborative environments, they have different values and capabilities. One thing that I think we've found with a lot of our customers is that appreciating the kinds of environmental joys that you can share with your colleagues is really important. So you can imagine having a meeting up here of 7 or 8 people to talk about serious work issues, and how that experience might be very different from doing that on yet another video teleconferencing call. So we've really tried to make sure the environment supports that kind of experiential pleasure that just makes for a more productive, happier, less stressful work engagement. So I encourage everybody to explore more of this environment on your own. And in particular, we didn't get to run around some of the back areas. We have our sporting fields here, soccer, basketball, and there's some other kind of fun things in the environment to look for. So there's a few spy glasses that you can kind of go up to and get some kind of cool views of the environment through. Try out the boats to go around. And the other thing that I would tell you is I mentioned the subway stations, but we have a new way of subway stations are a new way to get around the environment, but also up in the right corner. You see the menu that has the gears, the menu that has the Virbela logo, and then next to that is a map menu. And if you click to open the map, it shows you some of the highlights of places in the world. And you can go to those places by clicking on them, and it will take you to those places. And the map scrolls up to get you to the northern part of the island, scrolls back down to get you to the southern part of the island. And then as you would have more islands in your Virbela environment, the world map will show you where some of those other islands and allow you to go to those. So like for instance, if you have some expo halls, those would be on the world map island. So right now, we need to get back to the auditorium. And so you can use the world map to click back on to get to the auditorium. You can use the go-to menu, or you can go back down and run across campus to get there. So why don't we all head back to the auditorium now? And thanks for following along.
Thank you, Sheldon. If you need to get back to the auditorium, you can select Go To and Auditorium.
All right. People started to filter back in from their tours. What do people think? I know we put everybody on mute automatically. You can message in the chat. What was your favorite part of the tour so far? What scene? What location? What did you see? That was awesome. Put it in the chat box so that we can see. Gary loved the speakeasy. Oh yeah, the speakeasy roof. That's new. The duck line. We've had a lot of fun. Duck walk. That's been not only fun but also controversial as we argue amongst ourselves about the autonomy of users in the metaverse. So the simulated light shadow of the sunshine. Love that. Who's found the owl? Should we get an owl count? How many owls have you found? Heather's at 4 still. Heather, you still haven't found any more owls. Julie at 7. Caitlin at 6. Francis, PwC, yeah, you're going to do your own tour. Awesome. And Eddie, some yesterday. Nate, 10. 10 is completed. Nice. I think Nate's the expert. You know, if you need any help, you get Nate to help give you all the secrets of where we've hidden the owls. So, loving. Anybody get on the pirate ship yet? Any pirate ships? Find that. I don't know if we made that part of the tour. That might be a bit of a little secret route there. Looks like we're getting folks back in. We'll wait another minute or two before we kick off this really incredible next session here with the leaders. Let's see if everybody's made it back on stage. I see Courtney. I see Lilac. Dimitra, did you get stuck in the audience? Dimitra, if you hear me, hit go to, and then you could go to stage.
Here's Misha. She's
Oh,
got it.
Got it. Found us.
Lilac,
All right.
Come join us over here on this side.
Lilac, do you want to join the team, the others on the other side?
Lilac likes to be over there. You keep Lilac over there.
I'm trying to do that, but for some reason, it won't let me do it.
Huh.
Is there a stand-up button?
I
click stand
don't
up?
even see stand up. Like I can see myself. There you go.
Oh, there you go. You go
let me
back to the normal.
Good to
normal
see.
camera. Yeah, if you go to the normal view, in the bottom right, you should see stage zoom, stand up, and raise your hand. If you
there we
stand
go.
up.
I can
Awesome.
stand up, and then I'm gonna come next to Sarah, and then.
Thanks, ladies.
No.
We've got this middle seat right for you.
I'm just gonna come over and escort you, Lilac.
There you go. I see it. I'm supposed to be click here to sit. I'm supposed to be seated now.
All
Wonderful.
right. We're in shape now. Welcome back, everybody. We were just asking the folks who jumped in back to the auditorium a few minutes ago, what was your favorite part of the campus tour? So if you haven't put in the chat your favorite scene or space, then please put in your response in the public chat so we can see the feedback. And we're gonna get started. We hope you enjoyed that tour and personal tour from our product and design team leaders. Really special to hear from them on all the different aspects and kind of behind the scenes around the design. I'm excited to announce this next group of speakers and really get their feedback and input. I'm honored really to be announcing these speakers in honor of Women's History Month. We put together this panel of women leaders in tech to explore how virtual worlds can really evolve the workplace and what this means, gender, diversity, and equity. So please join me in welcoming Courtney Chakran of eXp World Holdings, CMO of eXp, Mitra Best of PwC, partner, head of women of PwC, Lilac Alan of AT&T, AVP of Partnerships and Ecosystems, and moderating for us, a really good friend of Virbela, Sarah Seacrest, founder of Octosmos, and really one of our early community builders for Virbela, a real true expert on building immersive spaces with us. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Sarah.
Thanks so much, Kat. And Agree. Really honored to be here with all of these amazing women leaders from AT&T, EXP World Holdings, and PwC. I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourself a little bit more and also share a moment when being in Virbela felt normal and authentic for you. Awkward moments of welcome. This is a safe virtual space, of course. So, Courtney, how about we start with you?
Great. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. So awesome to see everybody out in the audience today, and I'm really pleased to be here. Appreciate everyone. So yeah, just, a little bit about myself. I've got about 25 years in marketing, predominantly most of my experiences in consumer finance, housing, and technology. And my story is 2 years ago, almost to the date, I was interviewing for the role I'm in now, which is the CMO of EXP World Holdings, which is the holding company, the parent company for Virbela and Success and EXP Realty. And I was meeting with the founder, Glenn, and some of the other, our CFO, Jeff Whiteside, and Randy, who's on our board, and really trying to get to know people. And my story is that I started the application process and interviewing and getting to know people. And it was a couple months. I did it all from the moment I met Glenn through to the point where I actually signed an offer in world as an avatar. So imagine, 2 years ago, if you'd said, 2 years later, we'd be where we are now, celebrating our 10th anniversary. It's really phenomenal. And, one thing I can say is it's become a moment for me that's quite sentimental. When I'm in world, I have all the feels, if that makes sense, especially as I'm getting to see people and watching them walk through the steps I took before 2 years ago. So happy to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Courtney. That's amazing to go through that whole process virtually. Lilac, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you, everyone, for having me. This is really exciting to have, I want to say, my first virtual speaking event. I'm Lilac Kilan. I'm with AT&T. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Ecosystem and Innovation, which the team and I really, our charter is to work with platform providers like Virbela and bring to market new use cases and new adventures and new experience powered by the power of 5G. So we work together with companies like Virbela's and the others and bring them to market. And talking about the when is a virtual world become so true and authentic to me was actually in our first interaction. Jim Lossinger, I hope he's in the crowd today. He's responsible in fostering the relationship with Virbela. It's like, let's get together and meet in Virbela. And as we were exploring the different meeting rooms and the different functionalities, we were touring around. And sure enough, as I learned how to sit, and I still have not figured all of those steps out, but as I figured how to sit and how to walk, my avatar kind of like overlapped with his avatar. And I immediately, kind of my knee-jerk reaction was like, step away, take my avatar to the other side of the room. Now, kind of like we were talking, we didn't even notice it, but in hindsight, it made me kind of reflect about, why was my knee-jerk reaction was to be startled? Why did I take my avatar to the other side? Which was really around, am I invading someone's private space, right? So to think about what are the practices and the real life experience that we're bringing into the virtual world. And that's going to be interesting to see in the next coming years.
I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you, Lai. Mitra, would you like to go?
Yes. Hello, everyone. And it's so wonderful to be here. Thanks for inviting me to participate in this panel. I'm the technology impact leader at PwC. My team and I use technology to address some of our more pressing societal and environmental challenges. I'm also the co-chair of our Women in Tech Network, which focuses on creating an equitable workplace for our technologists at PwC. Both of these roles have inspired me to be hyper vigilant about the impact of technology, both the good and the bad, as well as the intended and unintended consequences of technology in the workplace and in our communities. That's why I'm particularly interested in the dialogue about the future of work, using new technologies and excited to learn from our panel today. And I was amazed at Courtney's experience all as an avatar. My first experience with the virtual world predates probably many of our audience members. It was back in the turn of the century. I made my first avatar for a gaming application. I made my avatar look just like me, and engaged with others as avatar, had that sense of empowerment, which was new and refreshing. What's interesting is that of the people who knew me as a person, and even my avatar today, and talking to Craig earlier, most people who knew me agreed that the avatar looked just like me. And others who also knew me, but maybe differently, thought the opposite. They thought it didn't look anything like me. And it made me think about how we see ourselves may be different from how we are seen by others. And in the metaverse gives you a certain level of control about equalizing how you see yourself and how others see you. So I think that's a really exciting and interesting space to explore. I'm still getting used to Virbela, and as you remember, the first time we met, I was so eager to run up to the stage and explore the perspective of the auditorium from stage that I sprinted right past the backdrop, behind backstage into a purgatory where no one could find me. And eventually, and not that, it was quite quick. I did manage to jump back into the space with everyone else, but it is a little intimidating getting lost in the metaverse.
Well, the good news is we have a lot of guides and to work together to help us, because it's new for all of us in many ways. And then again, it's really not new at all, because it's been around for decades here. So we are going to talk about that representation of self here in a little bit. I'm really excited to continue that and those thoughts expressed in media. But first, I want to touch on a Harvard Business School survey found that 81% of employees have been working from home through the pandemic either don't want to go back to the office or they prefer a hybrid schedule. And a quantum workspace survey resulted in 89% wanting to work hybridly or remotely. So it looks like working remotely is here to stay, at least for companies that want to attract top talent. We miss our colleagues, but we really want to get the flexibility and the work-life balance remote life affords us. So as we think about flexibility and this new business as usual, how do you think that affects gender roles in the workplace? How might women especially benefit when they can work virtually with this flexibility?
I can start if you want to.
Be wonderful.
Sure. So I look at the pandemic, Sarah, as the greatest work from home experiment. Seriously, if you think about it, right? It's just like everyone work from home. And according to Forbes, women rated that experiment much more favorably than men. The question is why? And your point around flexibility, I think it provided women the flexibility to have and to benefit from more gender balanced career path, and potentially in the future, hopefully, would reduce the earning inequalities. So having a work-life balance was always a challenge for women. Now that I can work from home, now that I have more control on my hours as a woman, I can tell you I can accomplish more, and I can go to work with less guilt or less things that occupies me. I don't have to commute. So not only is it good for the environment and the sustainability, but also I get more hours in a day where I can either do something else that I need to do and take more, if I choose to, demanding role in the workspace. I think these are all flexibilities that women now will have, than previous.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's interesting to think about today, and historically, women have not had equal access to promotions, to working on cool projects, working on high-profile accounts, or other, similar privileges which come with recognition and reward. And beyond giving us back those precious hours of commuting or getting ready for work, or, for me right now, I know the panel knows this, but the audience doesn't. I'm actually on vacation, and I was able to come and, spend a few hours here. I didn't want to miss this, and I didn't have to actually miss my vacation either. So I'm really happy to have that flexibility. But beyond having that flexibility, virtual workplaces have the potential to offer us more access simply by having more visibility into what's happening in the organization, what else is happening in the organization, making new connections, having more opportunities to showcase our work and our value. So the virtual workplace has the potential to do that if we design it to do that. That's why it's really important to be intentional about building diversity, inclusion, and equity into these virtual models. If we mimic the implicit hierarchies and the unspoken rules of our current workplaces, we just perpetuate status quo with, more flexible hours. But we have an incredible opportunity to rebuild the workplace to be the equitable environment it can be, with equal access to success for everyone, regardless of their gender, ethnicity, race, or other attributes that are not proxies for merit. I think that's a great point. And this is Courtney. I'm going to jump in for a second. I mean, very well put. I've got an example here that I think also brings this to life. We acquired Success Enterprises, which is a magazine and courses, and it's personal development. It's a really compelling business model that fits well with the company. And, it's a 125-year-old brand. Wow, right? And it's always been a company that's met in person, based out of Dallas. It was like unleashing the best, I don't want to call it a weapon, but to some degree, competitive weapon there is. When I found out that, we were obviously going to be able to bring them into this platform and have our own success world, work that way, it enabled us to pick the best and the brightest talent. We had somebody who was in an editor type role. We were able to promote her to editor-in-chief of the magazine and Enterprises. And what was powerful is she was considered a digital nomad. Now, granted, I didn't know what that was, right? It sounded really cool, but essentially this is somebody who has traveled and is in a different country every other quarter. She spent the fourth quarter in Croatia. Her name is Cici Milas, and she just blew it away. She crushed every single performance metric she possibly could. She's, I think, a really shining example of how people can come to the forefront and be wildly successful because they have the opportunity to work whenever and however they want. Just like we're here now, mentioned people on vacation. I'm actually in a hotel room. If this was in person, I'm not sure if I would have been able to have the bandwidth, and I would have missed a really cool opportunity to hang out with everybody today, right? So I just feel it's massively empowering for an entire workforce, and it gives opportunity where there may not have been opportunity before for different types of living arrangements.
Absolutely. I love it. I love the inclusion that has been afforded women through the experiment that is the pandemic, as I mentioned. And I completely agree there with Mitra and Courtney and others about the diversity and equity, and don't bring in what is broken in the real world. Let's break the bias, as hashtag break the bias for International Women's Day, and we have the opportunity to pave a better way forward. So as we mentioned, almost a third of employees feel more productive and focused working from home, and employee engagement and recognition are trending downward though. At the peak of the pandemic, 81% of employees said they know they would be recognized if they contribute to the organization's success. However, this sentiment dropped to 72% by May of 2021, according to that same Quantum Workplace study. And employees don't feel cared for, their engagement declines, even when their productivity goes up. But why do you think employees might be feeling less engaged? And how does your virtual work strategy address these gaps to try to ensure all employees feel valued by your organization?
I'm happy to jump in again. If this is Courtney, what you mentioned, and these are real stats, right, Sarah? We've been talking about this. Over the last couple of days, I wanted to stress test them, right? And so I talked to the folks that are in our our HR function, who are wonderful people and are always looking at the best and way of creating benefits and opportunities for our employees. And I asked, what's the average turnover rate in the US, right? It's around 13 to 18%, and that's just kind of like mainstay. It can be a lot higher than that. The turnover rate for basically employee departures, is 3.24% for our company, which is massive, right? And I want to know why. I want to kind of unpack that, right? And we also have twice the number of women employed at this company than we do men. And these are stats that, I pulled them like the last 24 hours with the help of HR, because I'm trying to kind of scratch my head and go, am I seeing the metrics that match up to the way I feel inside, right? I'm a focus group of one, but we've done a number of studies. And what we're finding is that employees are obviously, talk to your first point, Sarah, there's a burnout rate, right? There's a lot of work that's being done, a lot of people that are dealing in high stress situations. Frankly, I tested positive for COVID on Monday, right? I was at the very end of it. To be on a panel with COVID, that's pretty impressive. I'm not like patting myself on the back. I'm just saying it allows you to do more, but there's a side of that, which means you can burn out. And I think, part of this, and I don't have a full solution here, it's just my thoughts for today, something to kind of, chew on, is that this environment, when used for the benefit of employees, gives them that flexible arrangement. And I think it does start to offset some of the burnout, but there's always a flip side, which is you can then work more, right? Like, should people everywhere
where are the boundaries?
Exactly. Where are the boundaries? I think it's an important dialogue to have.
Courtney, employees, just like everyone else who may not even be working, we're all exhausted. We're exhausted from the rest of the pandemic. We have video conference fatigue from having to make eye contact with lots of faces on the screen for back-to-back hours. We're exhausted from trying to manage our households while we work at the same time. Employees are having a difficult time engaging with their work, which, by the way, in the bigger picture of what's happening in the world, has become less important. So how can we not only re-engage our employees, but supercharge them to become even more productive? And I've been thinking about this too for some time. I think it really boils down to a sense of belonging, a sense of inclusion and equity with a connection to a common purpose. And I am hopeful that the metaverse can bring people together around similar interests, similar goals, mentorship circles that transcend mentoring people who look and sound just like the mentor, expanding our networks beyond our traditional physical boundaries, engaging on a level that's less bound to our expected communities. I think that's what I look for in the enterprise version of the metaverse, is giving people the opportunity to, you said something about the digital nomad before, like to become, someone who is able to, meet people that they would never even think of meeting, right? To be able to connect with people that they would be like, they wouldn't even know they exist, but now the physical boundaries have been eroded, and now we have a chance to feel connected and find people of like mind, but maybe from different places in the world. That's my
Great points. And I'll add to that I think what we're missing a lot of time is that interaction, right? That feeling of disconnected from peers and leadership, not being in a either a physical or virtual workplace where we can all do like a whiteboard session. I want you to think about what, at least in my experience, when we got few people together, this is where the brainstorming and the fluid of ideas coming together, and that drives an energy of collaboration. And I think people are missing by fact, and it's hard. Now, tap that to the point what Mika was saying, how the biggest challenge is, how do you achieve that sense of belonging that drives people and motivates them, but at the same time make sure that the individual has their own time and prioritize their life balance at the same time. So I think that would be our challenge in the new world. And how do we can use the virtual world to build that sense of belonging, that sense of community. And I think it narrows down at the end of the day into communication, right? How can we communicate the values of the team, values of the company, rally people with you in a way that's both interactive, engaging, and clear. And I hope that that would be one of the things that the metaverse of the virtual workplaces would allow us to do. Really engage more people to come together, even if it's not physical, but come together to a room, create that exchange of thoughts. That, in my mind, that would be a big achievement and getting the engagement back.
You know, Lilac, I think it's such an important point to say that you bring up about bringing people with different, you know, from different backgrounds and different places of thought together in a space that allows each of them to bring what they have to the table to create a much more enriched environment for everybody. And I do think that if we work together, and this is a real possibility. I mean, we really have the potential to make this something that we all want, which is to be seen and heard equally. Right?
Yeah, and to add to that real quick, you made me think of something. It's bringing together the people with a variety of thought from places that maybe I wouldn't have hired before, right? So the ability to tap to talent that otherwise I wouldn't have had access to. That's what makes the diversity. That what can kind of get us into that better collaborations and potentially results. I think it's going to be great tools for the future.
Absolutely. Let's hear a lot of breaking down of boundaries, both geographically and just in terms of that connection. It is really important, and underlying that feeling of belonging, that feeling of inclusion, as we're talking about. There's an interesting ADP Research Institute study that actually came up with metrics that can measure people's feelings of connection. I'm a big fan of data, and I think Courtney and others mentioned that. They found that it broke down into 3 areas, as we just mentioned. It's feeling seen, feeling heard, and feeling valued. And they found that those that felt connected to their employer are 75 times more likely to be engaged than those who don't feel connected. And those experiencing discrimination, you know, I've seen some of that mentioned in the chat, are 5 times less likely to be strongly connected and twice as much to be not connected at all. So clearly, connection is important for employee engagement. So let's start with the seen and heard components of that. So with these amazing customizable avatars and even more options coming our way, and Virbela, as we heard earlier today in the keynote, communication features like spatial voice and text, and also nonverbal communication like waving or clapping. We have so many controls and options now for how we choose to represent ourselves to others. And so how do you think that choice of representation matters when it comes to feeling seen and heard as an avatar? Do you think that choice can benefit employees and help to create and cultivate a diverse workforce where everyone feels included?
I can take this first. There's much debate about should all avatars look the same, so we don't use visible attributes to discriminate, or do we go hyper detailed with expressions of representation and individuality? And for me, and I hope for others too, it's not about being equal, it's about equity. Today, like we said, you know, we have unspoken rules and opaque hierarchies that frankly promote exclusion, a total lack of diversity, and as a result, it creates a lot of inequity. To achieve equity, we need social rules and governance of the virtual workplace to be transparent. I've been fascinated by the entire gaming industry. The rules are the rules. When you're in a game, the rules are the rules. There's no nepotism. There's no secret handshake. We know what needs to happen to win a game or to score more points. That's not the same in the workplace. We all know that. If we build the same protocols that keep that keep groups of us from being seen and heard back into the virtual world, then we've missed the opportunity, much like we did with the first version of the web. So I think it's really important to make sure that we have diversity in the creating community, in the building community of these virtual workplaces, and that we have really thoughtful governance and sort of ethics that don't inhibit us, that don't provide, don't impose boundaries, but that they enable us to have a very different experience that doesn't replicate what we have in the physical world.
I think a great example, such an inspiring way of putting it. You think about unconscious bias, right? One of them is ageism. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know how old anyone is right now that I'm talking to. I have no idea, and it plays through on the entire team, right? So I think you look at, there's so many examples of this unconscious bias, right? There's weight, there's affinity, there's beauty, there's gender, there's ageism, there's conformity. Like so many, I almost called it unintentional, but it's really unconscious. I'm not even conscious of some of these things. When you remove that noise and that distraction, I think you hear, as we mentioned before, ideas coming to the forefront where maybe they wouldn't be heard before. It creates this kind of this equal to some degree, to the best that we can. And I just read Heather's comment. Yeah, I feel more confident being behind my avatar. I think Maya and Mark, a big, hand clap here, hands in for the wonderful marketing team at Virbela. I pinged them a couple hours and go, are we doing video at all? Because there's a video feature, and they're like, no. I'm like, yes. But one less thing I have to worry about. Sarah jumps in the air too, right? But I mean, I think we're all tired of getting ready, right? No bad hair days. So that's my point of view here is there's a level of fatigue and noise out there that this can remove.
And Courtney, for the record, I know you haven't met me, but I'm 21. So that's for that. But on a more serious note, I want us to look at numbers and facts and see how bad it is in the real world, where in the biggest tech companies, women are still less than a quarter of the workforce, and that's a problem. And we know that gender roles have been decided by social and cultural facts, not by biological factors whatsoever. We're sitting here, to Mitra's point, trying to define equality, and we have a way to shape it from scratch, not taking the bias that we came from and build it from designing it with the right thoughts in mind, empowering those individuals without distinctions of gender discrimination, without age discrimination and everything else. So I cannot, agree more with the team. Like, let's take and take what we know and any bias that we know, scratch it out, bring women to the front to help us design the new workspace of the future, from physical to culture to roles. That I would think would be the opportunity of how we need to go in the new world.
Courtney brings, thank you for
Flip, I got a flip. We got a flip, Sarah.
How you did. I that's amazingly well put.
Really awesome. I wanted to just kind of double down on what Courtney started talking about, the unconscious or unintended or unexamined biases that we have. We all have them because we've all been raised in a world that's full of them. We can't, we can be anti-sexist and anti-racist, but we all have those biases built into the way we were raised and the way society reinforces that. So to be the architects of a new world where those human-made discriminations or biases or perspectives of people based on attributes that are not, again, proxies for merit or how we use them, is a really important responsibility that we all need to show up for. And when I say we all need to show up for, we can't just say, I'm going to leave it to so-and-so who's, in the, creative UX. I'm not going to leave it up to legal. I'm going to show up every day to make sure that the environment that we're building for our future is equitable. And we each have a responsibility, and we each can do something, even by deciding not to be a bystander. We have made a decision to participate in the future that we're building together.
I love it. The power of that statement. And we do have this inflection point. We have this opportunity to rebuild better, and we need to be a part of it for sure.
Hey, Mitra. I'm gonna steal your sentence. Architects of the new world. I love that.
I did too. So this is really fascinating, I think, this conversation about representation. And as Nicole shared with us earlier when highlighting the amazing new avatar system that's coming in, and in Virbela, you're free to look, feel, and be yourself. This is the theme we've been talking about here. How important is the accuracy and the authenticity, not necessarily mutually exclusive, for our digital selves? Our avatars that mirror our actual appearance as accurate as possible, the ultimate goal. I think Mitra touched on this early on, the literal digital twin. I know my husband wishes sometimes that there's more detail in the faces, because he has a hard time differentiating between avatars sometimes. Or does having the choice to vary from an exact copy allow some people to feel more authentic in their digital selves? Meaning, can she or skin color than what they have in life allow some to align their true identity? What do you think?
Your identity is how you see yourself. And as I said, in my, when I introduced myself and you asked the question about, your interaction in the virtual world and as an avatar, I see myself the way that I made my avatar look. And it may not be exactly the way you see me if you met me in the physical world, but it's how I see myself. And, when I saw Craig in the green room earlier, he said, "You look exactly like the last time I saw you 5 years ago." And I said, "Yes, because I didn't age." and so I chose to, look like that. Now, if I had, other functionality that, enabled me to make myself, have other attributes, I may have chosen them as well. But this is how I see myself. This is how I want you to see me. And I don't want you to focus too much on a lot of different, this is how I see it, right? I don't want you to focus on too many physical attributes. I want you to focus on hearing me and seeing the value that I can potentially bring, and not get distracted by falling into the consumer trap of trying to look a certain way, conformity, all of that. So I have, that's my personal point of view. And again, as I said earlier, I don't think that all avatars should look the same. Just, we have an opportunity in the virtual world to control how people see us the way we want to be seen.
That power of choice. And I'm curious too if that, hopefully confident, that comes from representing oneself as one chooses and feels most authentic. Does that allow people, and especially women or others that might be in a minority, to speak up louder and more often and in situations where they might not? What do you think about the confidence enabling factor of being able to represent oneself and the choice that comes with that, even if it might vary from in real life? Yeah, I do get comments on my gray hair a lot, by the way, just for the ageism thing. I think it's so interesting, and people see me in real life and they wonder why I chose that. It's how I might not all be gray yet, but that's how I see that. Someone mentioned wheelchairs earlier as well, and if it's to walk when you can't in real life, those types of things.
And I think, go ahead, Courtney.
Well, I just wanted to say, don't you think that it's an empowering way of being when you can control what you want others to see you as? Whatever your choice may be, that you have that choice. The choice is yours. It wasn't something, a card that you were dealt, right?
And to add to to your point, ladies, I think we only bring the best of us when we bring the authentic in us and shine it. And how do you bring the authentic you to the table? You bring your voice, you bring your opinion, you bring your passion to the table. I think those are all could be, and your opinion, of course. So if I omitted that, but those are all could be expressed easily without the accuracy of an avatar, right? And earlier, Courtney and Mitra both talk about the bias and how we can remove the bias. So if I don't portray, or if my avatar is not accurate to how I look, does it matter? I don't think it does. On the contrary, I think it gives you maybe the boost and the confidence to bring more of the authentic you to the table versus the external part of you.
Exactly. I'm of the same mind as you, Lilac.
And I think substance ends up winning, right? I mean, when you take away all of these things and you control for them, substance ends up winning over what would be aesthetics, which is important. And it's an interesting dynamic, because when I think about, the last 2 years of working in World and seeing the avatars, there's a lot of progression in terms of look and feel and how this is all coming together and the next wave and the next world. At the same time, I see the people I've worked with for the last 2 years. And when someone changes their avatar, I mean, I think we were in the green room earlier, we were discussing, should we have matching jackets or not, right? Like, these are like seriously deep thoughts, but of conversation you would organically have, right? And if somebody decides to change their appearance, normally how that's greeted, at least in the last 2 years of my experience, is you're like, oh, did you get a haircut? Or, ooh, I like your new shirt, or our CFO has a lucky hat. So it becomes part of I think it's very cultural, right? I do think, though, if somebody comes in, like, let's say I look the same the last 2 years and I look dramatically different from an avatar perspective, people that have context and know me, they're probably going to ask, just like if I showed up in the real life looking a little different. So I think it really comes back to the norm of the environment you're in.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I want to wrap up with kind of this feeling of being valued as part of the connection. So we've talked about seeing her, and such a fascinating discussion. I think could go on and on about, especially with all the choices we have coming here. And then I'm gonna call on Mitra, since it's this PwC Pulse survey that was done at Business Executive showed that nearly a third said that investing in DE&I initiatives and improving reporting on those initiatives are top priorities in 2022. And more than 3/4 are planning to keep hybrid work a functional reality. A whopping 77% said hiring and retaining talent is most critical to achieving growth in 2022. So how does your talent recruitment and retainment strategy for 2022 focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion? And how does your hybrid and remote work policy factor into your approach? And Lilac and Courtney, I'll be asking you all the same questions as we go, so be ready. Mitra, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay, so our D&I strategy, particularly the one that I'm executing on for the technologists at PwC, hasn't really changed in terms of, sort of post-pandemic, pre-pandemic. We still focus on 3 highly valued areas of recruiting, retention, and rewarding. And we do that through a dozen programs that include our employees mentoring each other and coaching each other, engaging executives in advocacy for promoting our highest performers, regardless of their background, and enabling lifelong learning for everyone through upskilling and training. And in particular, for recruiting, we're expanding our sources. We're not fishing from the same pond. We've developed a digital upskilling curriculum, a 30-hour virtual upskilling program as part of our larger effort around leadership development and mentorship, and offering it to students at historically Black colleges and universities and minority serving institutes and community colleges. It's our intention to hire 10,000 of the Black and Latino graduates of this program in the next few years. This is how we are pivoting the way we go to our people, way we engage in and create that sense of being seen and heard and valued at the organization, starting at the recruiting. We even actually start sooner in the pipeline, working in high schools and elementary schools, in colleges, and then engaging our people in the recruiting, in the mentorship, in the coaching of the recruits, of their peers, and even reverse coaching to the executives in terms of digital skills, et cetera. So I think it's really important to recognize that diversity actually leads to more innovative, more productive outcomes. And inclusion ends up making everyone feel like they belong. And equity and treating everyone with dignity and equal pay keeps people loyal. And recognizing them and rewarding them for what they have done will make us all strive towards that same goal of equity in the workplace. I think it's really important for us to recognize that this is not just check the box. This is not just lip service. This is actually an important, significant, critical success factor for future of work.
Wonderful. Now, Lila and Courtney, I wanted to give you the opportunity to share your strategies as well, but I wanted to make sure that we had heard from the audience. So I'm just going to put a question out there that you can work into it as you share with us. Lila, I'll have you go next. But the audience is really wanting to know how much more comfortable and safe you feel in this environment than on video conferencing or in person. And we were kind of talking about it before. I refer to myself as an introvert in real life and an extrovert in virtual life. I know it has transformed some confidence and for me. So it's kind of in terms of safety and confidence, anxiety is the question coming from the audience, as well as touching on anything that AT&T is doing around DE&I initiatives.
Yeah, sure. I'll start first from the question from the audience because I think it's a critical one. I personally feel much more safe in the virtual world versus on the video side. To your point, it allows me to become much more vocal and as I mentioned before, bring the authentic me into the conversation, rather focus on, okay, do I need to look good or do I need to wear certain things? I think the virtual world really allows an empowerment of individual without any distinctions. There's talented individuals who maybe otherwise may be stifled in the normal situation, in a normal work environment, but now can feel more safe to share their views and be more vocal at the table. I think this is where the virtual world has a definite benefit compared to the real world environment. You talked about earlier about diversity and inclusion, and I have to say AT&T has historic value and around the playing a key role in diversity and inclusion. I want to say from our perspective, we invest millions and millions of dollars, and last year alone it was $200 million alone in diversity and inclusion initiative, and building the right talent. Now, I'm going to talk about the future of recruiting, which I think this is where we need to start pointing and looking at, and especially when it comes for women. If you look at the way we recruit today, right? The normal process. It's a recruiter that's send the network to go find a talent. You've got the talent on the other hand, applies and send their resume, very dry, a system that match on keywords. But I want us to start thinking about the future of recruitment and how we can easily jump on a virtual environment with both of us kind of handshake, and where you can bring, again, I keep saying it, your authentic self without any bias to the table to talk to a recruiter. So think about that. I want to also talk about the role of virtual world in allowing women and kind of setting up the same ground, the same level field for women and men in a role would maybe now incorporating more simulations versus, hey, a men versus women in a role. And if you incorporate simulations and everyone pass the same simulation and you get the results, it's an objective way to now start recruiting and identify talent in the new corporate world. These are the future that I think AT&T is also looking to bring together with the power that we can do in our power of our network and the power of 5G that would allow us to build us ecosystems and bring those tools to life. So I'm very excited about that topic, as you can see.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. And you're right that we do need to think about how do we update and evolve these processes, thinking about recruitment and young people and our expectations as a society, and what does a virtual society look like, as we've touched on throughout. Now, Courtney, I know you touched earlier on recruitment, and then also touching back on the audience question around feelings of safety or dealing with anxiety as well. So what do you think?
You know, to that question of, do I feel more comfortable? I feel safer. I mean, I literally feel safer knowing, that like I said, had mentioned, last week had COVID and was still recovering. The fact that I can't get anybody sick right now, and I'm talking to you all, for me is a huge win, right? And I've seen most of the people on my team, and allowing people, when they feel up to it, to participate is huge, because I know how depressing, frankly, it can be when you don't feel well, right? And how people are dealing with all kinds of, whether it be mental or physical wellness, that is challenging more now than ever before. And so I think, one, we have to be really kind to each other, right? I mean, that's just kind of like the overall rule.
Yeah.
But in terms of comfortable, I'd say it's comfort, but it moves even to the safety side for me. I feel like I can talk to my team when they're ready. I can be accessible. And, starting a team, we built out the marketing function significantly over the last 2 to 3 years, like many functions in this company. And I had a question like, would I feel as close to this team, right? When I hadn't met many of them, hadn't seen many of them. The answer is, I feel more close. You end up pulling on different strengths, flexing different muscles, right? You end up listening more because you're hearing people and you're not distracted by other things. So, for me, it's been fundamentally life-changing in terms of how I build teams. We've reinvigorated, like I mentioned, functions, infused new talent. What's profound is the fact that we've lifted boundaries and borders for growth and development. If you had said to me that I could literally work anywhere in the world I want right now, I would have been blown away and be this productive, and being able to give that to other people and let them live their lives to their fullest is a gift that I think we're getting to give people with technology.
That's so amazing. And to your point about being able to show up and not get your colleagues sick or whatever it is, I know that that's a big reason why a lot of people come to work when they're sick, because they don't want to be left out of the conversation. They want to be at the table, and women in particular. So I think, as we talked about, that being able to show up, being able to feel confident in one's authentic self, being able to recruit a more diverse workforce, as we mentioned, it really strengthens a company from that diversity. All such amazing points. And I am so glad that these three amazing women, thank you so much, Mitra and Lilac and Courtney, for being here and sharing your wisdom with us today. I think it gives me confidence that we have a pretty darn good start to building this and doing this the right way. So thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
I am just incredibly moved from this session. I thank you so much to all of you for sharing your stories, and some of them very personal stories. And I think the power of being able to share those stories to an audience this big, and it just really demonstrates what the connection that we can make in this type of environment, and really moving emotionally to hear these stories and connect with you all. And thanks so much for the honor of hearing you here and sharing with us. Thank you as well to Sarah for just being a fantastic Virbela community leader, and for really raising the topics that are so important to women everywhere. Wow, so what a fantastic conversation. Thank you again. We have a lot more in store and more stories to be shared. And I think it's, sometimes I've got to pinch myself, because like almost every event that we have is groundbreaking in a sort of way. Like we're literally teaching each other and teaching our clients and learning from our clients and our partners, like how to create this better world and this better place to work and connect as we go. So really just to hear the new comments and the new stories and the experiences, I mean, it's just mind-blowing, and I really appreciate the ability to learn from those around us. So thank you. We're gonna give you some hard decision making. Don't go anywhere just yet, but in 2 minutes, we're gonna start our customer-led workshops. And we're going to make a hard decision on whether you choose to go to the workshop from the American Cancer Society, who's been running a Virbela platform for over a year now to help with their community building and their fundraising, or you could choose Fujitsu. Fujitsu has launched a campus with us in 2021 and have been creating memorable moments at events in their enterprise metaverse campus. And so you get to make that choice. I know it's a tough decision. In the way you jump to those workshops is in the go-to menu, and you'll see 5 choices down in workshops. You can choose American Cancer Society or Fujitsu. And then after our lunch breakout, there's going to be more choices to choose between how EXP works in the metaverse, and they've been using Virbela campuses for 6+ years, so they really have a lot of insights there. And Wave Makers, which is a fantastic learning and development platform, and they leverage Virbela as well. So jump to one of those sessions here in just a minute. Right after the session, we're going to break for lunch, and we have a partner lounge that you can find in the go-to menu, and you can learn more from some of our partners who are deploying immersive spaces with Virbela. And then the first 100 attendees in the partner lounge for lunch and learn will receive a special gift. So keep that in mind to get there first. There are agendas posted up around campus. You can see to my left and right walls. You can see the agendas for the conference, and so keep an eye out on the time and jump in there. And then we will start our next customer-led workshops after that. We will broadcast messages to help.
What do you need from us? I'll help get folks sorted here, but should there be something on the screens right now?
We're all
not seeing it on my end.
Okay.
Can you not see?
Yeah, I saw it earlier, so I'm not sure if maybe it's just me, but I see
as well. We've got Phil Rosedale, who founded Second Life. I've seen a lot of comments about Second Life, and he was really paved the way for really the consumer metaverse and a community there that is a bit different than what we do here in Virbela, since we really focus on safe and professional metaverse spaces. But Phil Rosedale is going to be there, and he's fantastic to have, and we're honored to have him. Our own Alex Howland, of course, with his PhD in organizational psychology and the experience in building Virbela over the last 10 years. And then the global CIO, Senior Vice President of DXC, which was formerly called HP Consulting. You might recognize that name. But DXC rebranded, and Christy Grinnell, global CIO, is going to share how DXC is implementing in their future of work plans. So you won't want to miss that at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So choose your workshop now and jump into it. And remember to make new friends wherever you go, and enjoy the experience. Thanks, everybody. And thank you to the panel.
It'll be one less thing for me to think about.
Would you like us to put it up on the screen now, or when?
Yeah, on the. Do you want to just test it on the right-hand screen?
Yeah, your mic's picking up everybody's voices.
Just a second.
And a quick question for the Virbela team. I think I heard mentioned on another session that we're not using video, or is it okay if we do, just to say hello, or would you prefer we don't?
You are welcome to use video, sure. However you would like. Yeah. Lewis and Ali, do you both have the stopwatch that ECAT and Gail shared this morning? Did they share that with you?
ECAT gave me the stopwatch, but I'm not sure that Lewis has got it.
Okay. Do you want to throw it up? Do you mind throwing it up on the right-hand screen to show Kevin what we have, and he can use that if you'd like. And I'm still seeing a blink on the right, please. Hey everyone, welcome. We'll be getting started in just a few minutes. Perfect. I am still seeing a stopwatch on the middle screen instead of the presentation.
Yeah, shall I put the presentation back on the middle?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, sorry, I accidentally did the center. I don't know why I did that.
Hey, no problem. There you go. Okay, so I'm seeing the hands in 2022 initial slide.
I can't, Kev. I just see the stopwatch.
I'm still seeing the stopwatch as well. Are you sharing a? Are you uploading a document or sharing a link?
It's an uploaded PDF.
Do you want to try maybe taking it down and doing it one more time? Because I'm still seeing the clock.
Do it, no problem at all.
Thank you.
So Google now. Center screen. Okay, and that's
Hey everybody, come on in. If you're standing in the back, please grab a seat at one of the tables. You can find one.
So sharing my PDF isn't working there, Ali. Shall I just share my screen?
Sure.
Take it. What are you seeing on the central screen right now?
It's still the stopwatch I accidentally put up.
Okay, that's strange. Okay, let's switch then. Okay.
Oh, I lost my seat.
To get my desktop now. Choice of screens now. This campus is great. Okay. See the presentation now?
I am unfortunately still seeing the clock. Let's try something different. And Kevin, we're still seeing, I think you're still set to away, just a heads up if you want to set yourself to active. And I'm not sure if someone from the support team is able to maybe upload the deck instead and we can run your slides if you want to get that over to us. Do you have I'm seeing something change now.
Yeah, me too. I see like a list.
I wonder if it's a heavy document, if it's just taking a bit of time. Is it a pretty big file?
No, we've got a PDF of it. It's not particularly big as a PDF.
Emma, are you able to upload it on your end if you have it? I'm just curious if maybe there's.
For the American Cancer Society, I worked for the Irish Cancer Society. And prior to working at the Irish Cancer Society, I worked at the Cancer Council Victoria, Australia. And the thing that's in common with all of these places I've worked, well, they're all cancer charities. And I also worked on the same project in each of those countries, an event called Relay for Life. Some of you may be familiar, may have attended, especially in the US where it's been running a long time. But that's one of our large programs at the American Cancer Society. As you probably know about the American Cancer Society, we aim to be a global lead in the fight against cancer. And the program that I work on, that I administer in Global Relay for Life, it really adds to how we drive that fight against cancer in communities around the world. It's a true volunteer engagement activity. It's also a fundraising platform with each of the national cancer charities that we partner with around the world. Relay for Life is truly a vehicle bringing these partners into those communities in their country and truly engaging volunteers and taking the cancer battle to those localities. It raises the profile of the organization who is running the event, and it really allows them to empower and develop volunteers to work on their behalf, to represent their organizations. Rather than spend my time just talking about it, I always find it a lot easier to see it. So I'm going to share with you a video. Now, I think the best way to do this, I'm going to pop it into one of the in-room announcements. So bear with me a second while I get that going. What you're going to see is in front of you will pop up a video in a box in the screen in front of you. You can then play that at your leisure. Be aware there's a close button on a kind of blue tab at the very top. Once you click that, it's gone, okay? So make sure you watch the video and then you hit the close afterwards. I'm also going to share it into the chat box as well for everybody in case you want to pop it up in a browser on your own desktop. So I'm going to put the video up. I'll give the video's a minute and a half. So I'll give you like 2 to 3 minutes to watch it and then we'll go from there. So bear with me a sec to get this queued up.
He's just come back.
Okay, great. Shall we
Hiya,
get
man.
started then?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, fabulous. Okay, so good day, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. And it's really great to see you all in this room. It's great to see a full room.
Perfect. I think most people have probably seen it, either in the box or in the browser. So if you still have the box in front of your face, just click on the close and that will disappear and you'll come back into the room here and see what's going on. A picture paints 1,000 words, and I think that video, I'm really proud of that video. It's fantastic to see all the different countries and cultures and ethnicities in there, all doing the same activity and having the same impact. And it really is, it's something we're really proud of at the American Cancer Society. I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about the event, and then I'm going to move on to the virtual elements in a minute. So Relay for Life, for those who've never been, it centers around the themes of celebrate, remember, and fight back. We celebrate cancer survivors at Relay. They're our VIPs. They come to our Relay and they walk the very first lap, the opening lap of the event, wearing a purple shirt or something that's culturally appropriate within their country to denote that they have survived cancer. And in some countries, it's normal to see that kind of thing. And in other countries, it's really not. It's really taboo to talk about cancer even. So we're so proud when you have that quantity of people walking the track, they bring a message of hope to their community saying, I've survived cancer, which means the next person who's in the audience who gets a diagnosis, instead of thinking in that old fashioned way of, oh my God, cancer, that's it. They actually start thinking, I remember all those people at Relay who survived. We have a remember element to this event because, of course, sadly, we do still lose people. So we have this Luminaria bag that is part of a fundraising effort. You sell the Luminaria bags. A message is written on the bag in memory of somebody lost. A Luminaria or a candle, sorry, is placed inside the bag. The bag is placed on the track. And by sunset at the event, you have this candlelit venue where we're paying tribute and remembering those people who we lost. Importantly, Relay, we fight back. Our partners and us use it as a chance to bring our education messages around how to reduce your cancer risk, around the research that we invest into, the prevention strategies, the support mechanisms that are available either within the charity or within the state, as well as advocacy. In certain countries, there's quite a lot of advocacy that goes on. But apart from that, the teams come to the track and they camp out overnight normally and they walk for 24 hours. Now, this is the misconception. It's a relay, so there's no running. You don't have to run. You can if you want. But the challenge is, can your team keep one person on the track for the 24 hours to symbolize the 24 hours a day that a cancer patient goes through their journey? So that's the format of the event. That's what we put together. And here's a few images from Relay for Life around the world. It's very purple. You probably picked up that the color is purple. There's an image of the Luminaria there. The top left picture there are the survivors with a banner and their purple shirts on, taking to the track to share their message of hope. It's just a very positive kind of event where people come together and are really, really sharing in, well, either in celebrating survivorship, remembering people lost, or finding new ways to fight back. As I mentioned, Global Relay for Life is a vehicle around the world to connect with communities. It centers around volunteerism. It's an entry point for volunteers into those charities, but then we find that those volunteers progress onto other roles and deeper support of the charity. 24-hour event with a global network of currently 29 partners. Now, inside track here, I've got 3 more in the pipeline. So we're soon going to be 32 partners in the next couple of months. And we're back to growing again in Global Relay for Life. The stats here are from 2019. Oh, just before I say that, actually, there is the the map there, you can see where our partner countries are. Each country that's colored purple is a Relay for Life country. Some of them are very small countries, so you can't see them quite as well. But part of my role is to issue those licenses and to provide training to help those partners get up to speed with how to deliver Relay. In 2019, we had 1.75 million participants around the world in 3,500 communities on, and I'm going to say all continents, because we actually had a Relay for Life in Antarctica as well, thanks to a research base down there who brought Relay to Antarctica. So we hit every continent in 2019, something which was super cool. We're very proud of. Value in the network. So traditionally, we bring our partners together. This is where a lot of the value is. As you can imagine, we're all national cancer charities in the network. And the ability to connect with each other and share is invaluable because we're not rivals. We're not in the same market. We don't have to keep any secrets from each other. So we can just come together and share really openly, not just about Relay for Life as an event, but we can talk about the platforms we're using, for example, which registration platform are these guys using, or how are you doing the latest in fundraising? Or as a cancer charity, what are you doing around research or some of the prevention work that we're doing? So we try to facilitate within our network a lot more sharing that's kind of broader across the fight against cancer, and that provides value back to that network of 29 partners. The other value that comes to those partners then is it's kind of unique having a fundraiser or a volunteer engagement event that is global on this scale. Most people, when they go to their first Relay, they know there's one in their town and they go to that one and they find that really cool. Later, they learn that there's a whole load of them across the entire country that they live in. They think that's awesome. And then later they learn there's 3,500 of them all over the world and 29 countries firing. And actually it deepens their commitment to that local cancer charity. And we're seeing increasingly that volunteers are wanting to reach out and connect with relays in other countries, which is becoming increasingly easier with the technology that we have. I mean, even as simple as jumping on Facebook and finding, I hear stories of people in the US who identify as having Irish heritage, and then they say, well, I'm going to find a Relay for Life back in Ireland and try to connect with that one. So we have these kind of cool added bonuses that that help our partners to really grow and deepen their connections with their volunteers. The global network, the partners do pay us a fee. For that fee, we utilize that to run our global program. But what we raise over and above that goes to something that I absolutely love. The American Cancer Society has a program called Global Cancer Control. And this is work that we do outside of US borders. We do it mostly in sub-Saharan Africa. There is a little bit in Latin America and Asia. And really, it's highly impactful work. For little investment, we get great impact because unfortunately, in many countries, things that we take for granted in the West are not available. A couple of examples. There are some countries in sub-Saharan Africa where pain relief is not available or has not been available. And if you imagine someone going through surgery or end stages of a cancer journey and there's no morphine, there's nothing to help that individual. So we've been helping certain countries at a government and at a hospital level to develop morphine production and also training of staff in how to assess pain and give the right dosages. Another area that we have had great success in is seeing that some countries were acquiring cancer drugs that were a little bit older, a little bit more dated than what we would be using in the West, but at a higher price because they were ordering such small quantities. So we pulled together a number of African countries and we worked with them, and we worked with actually IBM and their Watson tool to project out what are these countries going to need over the next 10 years. And we pulled that together and went to negotiate for better price and for more modern drugs. And now we're supplying that in those countries that we work in. That's just two examples of some of the really cool projects that we're doing that are making a massive difference in these countries. So any of the money that we raise and goes over our costs goes towards supporting this work. And our partners are really proud of that because, we're a global network and it's great to be able to do something that helps globally, not just in one country. Okay, so 2020, and now we're going to start shifting to the virtual side of things. I mentioned earlier that the biggest bonus or the biggest benefit for our partners in this network is connecting with each other, learning and sharing. If somebody has a breakthrough that's really making a difference, how can we share that around the world? Back in 2020, we had planned to bring all of our global partners together in one place using airplanes and seeing each other face to face. And then something came along that stopped that, as you all know. 2020, everything was turned upside down. And just thinking about those events, how are we going to pivot and what is it that we want to deliver? Well, really, actually, the comments and the feedback we get from our partners is, hey, the presentations are great and the sessions are fantastic, but what we love is sitting down and just having a coffee with each other, and the ad hoc conversations is where you really find those little breakthrough and aha moments. And we were thinking, gosh, how are we going to do that virtually? You know, you can have a Zoom call or a Teams, and you can have people on video conference, but it's kind of hard to make a casual coffee conversation happen in a platform like that. You can do the breakouts, but it still remains a little bit forced. And so, and we're thinking about 60 to 90 people. You know, if you have 60 to 90 people on a video call, difficult. Like this group, actually, we have an international group, so we have every time zone. We have that challenge thrown in as well, you know, where one person's just waking up in the middle of the night to come on the call, someone else is in the middle of the day. How do we make it accessible for everybody? So the search was on, and we were scouring the internet. How can we solve this? And we came across this platform. And we thought, hang on a second, this works just perfectly. We saw opportunities in this. But enter Virbela. They came in and saved the day for us. We're able to broaden the list of invitees. So if we're saying we're going to want to get 60 people together in person, all of a sudden, you don't have to pay for airplanes and hotels. We had no limit on the list. We could have hundreds of people coming in, different people to different sessions. The most relevant person in your organization could attend the session that was most relevant to them. So that gave us a nice bonus. We could offer a greater range of topics, knowing that we could access the broader range of people rather than just asking and inviting a specific narrow range, because that's what we can afford to bring. We can now broaden the topic bases and make it even more valuable. We can actually deliver the inter-session socials and virtually. People finish a presentation, we put plenty of time between each presentation, and people can go out and they can do an activity, whether it's structured or whether we just leave people in an area to chat and meet each other. That was totally possible. We also love the media screens, the idea that you can put on content onto these screens, whether it's on a stage like this, out in a public area that people can actually click on and interact with, whether you're putting up a video to show what Relay for Life looks like in your home country. And in fact, we did that. We took an expo hall, and each booth was one country, and you could go around and you could literally explore the world of Relay for Life in all these different countries. We also started to realize we can start putting on the boards things that can link people to other activities, whether it's a link out to a social media or to our own website, or to engage in a survey or something like that. So by becoming creative, we realize we can get really engaging activities happening. So we actually delivered an event in 2020 that was we called it a forum. It was a 5-day training with 3 hours of contact time or training time during each day, with each topic or each day having its own topic. We found it really successful. In 2021, we pivoted a little bit because we thought, well, okay, that was more of a traditional kind of work conference. The other thing that I said was a value in this network, other than the sharing, is the global nature that can really deepen the commitment and the passion of the volunteers who participate. So we wanted to try to replicate a Relay for Life within Virbela. It was kind of an interesting challenge, because then you start saying, well, actually, do we need to walk? Because you're not actually physically walking. It's just the Virbela. We didn't need the track. The avatar could just teleport to wherever the activity was. So that was super interesting. And so we realized we could create these different zones. And so we wanted to have these zones where people could go and visit and have contact with different activities that were going on. And we were trying to think about how, the key in a fundraiser or a community event is the range of emotions that you can experience at a Relay for Life. We always think of it as a bit of a roller coaster. You come in and there's a survivor lap, which is very high. There's loads of entertainments and activities, and then you come down and you feel sad and low in the Luminaria ceremony to try and remember those people who passed. And then you go through the night, which can be difficult. And then the next morning, the sun comes up and you're back up again, and we start pumping up music and doing yoga and all kinds of activities. How are we going to do that? So we started getting creative. On the screen here, you see a little circle, purple circle there, which says Global Hero of Hope. That was a badge that we created for our cancer survivors to wear. So we were able, and as you see actually in the room here, the people who I think work for Virbela have the Virbela logo as a kind of badge on their chest. We were able to give the cancer survivors this badge. So it denoted that they've survived cancer, and we could have that same effect that the survivors taking to the track at the very start of an in-person relay. Here we could show, hey, look, a good percentage of the people here have survived cancer. We wanted to replicate the Luminaria ceremony, and as you can see on the right of the screen there, we have a little Luminaria bag that the guys at Virbela's art team were awesome in producing for us. As I said earlier, we sell these bags, and what happens is the person writes a message onto that bag and it's placed on the track. Well, we did that here in Virbela. We, for the event, we created a registration and fundraising page. And it was possible on that page to buy and sell to your family and friends these bags and dedicate a message. And when you landed in the Virbela world for the event, these bags were here with that message on it, which was really impactful. Is almost exactly like it was in the real world. You know, you find you're spending time walking around, looking at their bags, reading the messages, thinking of those people. And even if you don't know them, you still connect with that because you've done that for in your own community. We wanted to high as well. We really wanted the pumping music and the activities. So we took over the beach. The beach stage became our 24-hour DJ. One of our survivors out of Singapore was DJing. He did 24 hours DJing from the stage, pumping out the tunes, getting everyone jumping around. It was amazing to see hundreds of people throwing dance moves around on the beach. It was just a really energizing thing to experience. We also tried to facilitate networking and connections between individuals from different countries so they could have a broader experience. We also played with the idea of, can we fundraise in campus? So we created some QR codes. Just reminded me of something actually I wanted to put up on the screen here, which bear with me a sec. I'm going to change one of these screens. I'm going to put a QR code up because I want to demonstrate this. At your leisure, there's a QR code over my shoulder here. Zap that with your mobile phone, and you'll just get to explore a little bit of the American Cancer Society's global cancer control work. I meant to put that up with the last slide, but I didn't do that. So we experimented with these QR codes. So when you're listening to a performer or an artist who is from a certain country, maybe they're from Belgium, we would say zap the QR code and make a donation to the Belgian Foundation Against Cancer, because we know that when people are feeling excited or emotional, that is when they're most likely to engage with donations. Okay, let me just grab hold of the screen behind me again. There we go. Okay. So here's a few images from our event, especially the Luminaria. The top right picture where you see the kind of ribbon, that's one of the Luminaria layouts that we had, and we had 10 around the campus, so you could track down each of the individual layouts and see the designs that have been put together by the team. There's a close-up of the Luminaria bags there, and then that's our team up on the steps there at the end showing all the avatars. Well, I suppose the proof is always in the pudding. What did the partners say? We have up here some of the feedback that we got from our partners after running the event, and it was incredibly positive. So we were able to pivot and really engage a greater range of people, and we were able to generate the kind of feelings and emotions that we were previously generating in person, and we weren't able to do it for the last 2 years, and we were able to give something that was really fun, and people just gave us incredible feedback. It was just what we needed at the right time. What's next in the global Relay for Life world? Well, we are going to be doing some more trainings with our partners. This is going to be some of it virtual and some of it hopefully back in person as well, with a focus on the Caribbean region with a bunch of new partners coming on there. We're hoping later on, or sorry, early next year, to bring all of our global network together again for the first time in a number of years. But we've learned something that we can bring along with us. If we have all of our partners together, we can bring those, perhaps the lead staff from each country, but we can open it up. The event can become hybrid. So perhaps you have someone representing your organization in the in-person meeting, but actually behind you back home, you have 10, 50 people logging in and participating in the sessions, sharing ideas, and then maybe they can break out as a country and do their own in-world discussion virtually, and then the representative can come back to the in-person and feedback what the broader team is thinking. So it's opened our eyes to a way to be able to engage more deeply across their organizations. We're also looking at global corporate participation. Firstly, at relays where there is a relay close to the office of our corporate partners, especially where there's multinationals. And we've seen this before with organizations who want to offer the same thing to their employees around the world. And we had a company a couple of years back who did this. Each continent took on the challenge against all the other continents. So you had North America against South America, Europe, Asia, Australasia, Africa. So that was a really fun way to do it. But now we can see that, okay, we can do some stuff that's in person, but we can also connect those teams virtually to have a bit more fun and a bit more camaraderie and a bit more competition. Okay, that's probably enough of me talking. It's time to start meeting some people in the room or around your table. So if you're sitting on your own at a table, maybe just jump over to a table where there's a free seat. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and if you want to just have a little discussion on those questions in a group, and then we'll come back into the room and we'll get a little bit of feedback on that. Actually, before I do, I can pause for a couple of minutes here, maybe to take some questions before we jump into that, in case anyone had anything around the presentation or around the ideas that I shared. I'd love to answer those.
Franco, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just curious what the future kind of holds, because obviously you've had successes with the events, and are you planning on expanding to additional types of events, or maybe shifting the type of event? Just curious.
As in the structure of Relay for Life and what we're going to do with it in the future?
Right, as far as the virtual events go.
Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. Well, in terms of the actual fundraiser, that's going to be going back in person because it's administered in each community, and each community runs their own event. So the choice would lie with them as to whether they want to do something virtual. I think from a global perspective, where my role is to bring together the charities and to share and to learn amongst ourselves, I think we'll be looking at how do we do hybrid events. I think that's the future, because there's a big appetite to get back together. I know that people do miss that face-to-face, and I think confidence is starting to come back in getting on airplanes and getting to see each other. However, I think there's just so much opportunity by retaining what we've picked up over the last 2 years as an additional plug on. So if you have a conference and you've invited 30 countries and you've got 2 reps per country, you can then say, well, but also invite the rest of your team to join at the following times virtually, and we can do something where, we're all in a virtual platform. We can also talk in face-to-face, but the people who haven't traveled can also be part of it and to bring their experience as well.
Makes sense. Cool, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So should we break into smaller groups here? So remember to unmute yourself so you can talk to the rest of the folks at the table. Matt, I think you have some questions lined up. You're going to ask a question to the group. We're going to throw on private volume so you can meet everybody sitting around you and answer your question and give some feedback. And then after a few minutes, we'll turn off the private volumes, and we'll ask a few tables to share their perspective here. So Matt, you want to line up that question?
Perfect. I'm going to fire with the first question. Okay. I'm going to put it up on the screen, actually. What makes an event memorable? Either a real event or a virtual event. What is it for you that is memorable, that makes you think back about that and remember it positively and fondly.
All right, and we're turning on private volumes. And I'll if you into a couple of bubbles as well.
Cool. Yep.
Guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm at table B. I'm kind of a newcomer to this, so I'm not sure even how to look around, but
Jim, if you turn,
bar.
click, yeah.
Yeah, if you click the space bar, you'll be able to look around. When you click the space bar again, it'll lock you back in place. Then you can use your cursor to work around. So yeah, and you'll disappear.
Yeah, you can use your mouse. Your mouse will help you move your head back and forth.
So in regards to this question, what makes an event memorable? I think it's for me, a memorable event is something that really is kind of genuine and has some sort of impact on whatever its subject matter is.
Mm-hmm.
And really is some super positive feedback that makes it memorable for me. Anybody else?
For me, virtual experience, what makes it memorable is to be able to try new things, and new things, and be able to discuss the new things that you've seen. I think could happen. That was part of it that people were trying to figure out how to do, was like, how do you keep people engaged, and how do you keep them trying new things, and how do you keep them learning? So that's what makes it memorable to me. It's what I learn and I'm able to take away and then share with others.
This is a Jim, and I think this is a good example here today. Sometimes when you get exposed to some new technology, you remember that, like your first date. And so, this is the first time I've attended one of these, and I just learned how to look around. So I'm going to remember this event for that reason, if no other reasons.
Stuff. I will say, what makes them, memorable for me is in the virtual world is, I've been in here for about 3 years, but I want to be able to come in here and think of it as the same way I think of it as getting on the internet. When I get on the internet, I type in some information and the whole page of that information shows up. I know we got these expo halls, but I really would like to see never-ending expo hall of anybody who actually has an office in here where they have a space right there in the expo hall where you can go and have that be a window to that, to their subject matter, and have somebody there, maybe not 24/7, but when you can have somebody there and have a real life interaction with them versus virtual world where you type in some stuff or you shop on Amazon, you can find what you need. I think this virtual world needs to become that at some point, and I feel like that's as much as I like coming in here and talking to people, and I love talking to a lot of different people, a lot of different ways, but I'd really like to see the resources just be like that, like we are interacting right here. I love to have conversations with random people in here just to see what they're doing in here and see why it's working for them, or what their ideas are. I think it's really awesome to share ideas.
Oh, I think I've got a mic. Can you hear me?
Topic, but the speaker, I think,
All
makes
right.
a big difference, and the people that I meet along with that. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
Always fun when you turn the private volumes down and for everybody talking at once. All right, we had some great discussion at table C. How about table B? Does somebody wanna step up and summarize some of the points you went over?
Yeah, I'll talk about it. It was I think it was awesome that it was mentioned that learning is a huge component of it. I also feel like just being in here and interacting and having this different type of experience is super memorable, but a genuine, authentic experience is really good too. Anybody else from B want to say anything?
All right, thanks, Aaron. I know Table C did shared something really great about the relationships you develop. David, you want to share that with the group?
Sure, happy to share. Yeah, we're talking about just when you participate in these larger meetings, really having that engagement between different attendees and the presenters and the those attendees. So having those communications, or at least those conversations, and forging those relationships with people that you may not have met before, or strengthening those relationships with people you have met in the past. Those are pretty important to us at Table C.
Yeah, and thinking about virtual events, right? It's really hard to do that when you're just in a video chat or consuming pre-recorded content. But in the real world and in virtual spaces like this, and in bigger metaverse platforms that will come someday, it's replicating some of that relationship building as well. Matt, how about some discussions that you took part in? Anything stand out?
Yeah, some of the discussions we were talking about were finding the platform very interesting, and wanting to understand a little bit more about how it feels and how to integrate it into an organization. Actually, there's some conversation went on to that. I think that was the main point that I got absorbed on that in the conversation I was in, was how do you get that work culture around it.
Love it. I think we have time for one more question since we're a little over here. You wanna bring that up?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I might. Yes, I will. I'm gonna skip a few ahead in here. I'm gonna say, question I'd really love people to discuss is, where do you see hybrid events playing a role in the future, and any good examples that you've seen of that? I'm gonna skip a few slides on.
All right, I'll turn the private volumes back up so you can discuss with the group.
Hello, right?
Hey.
Oh, yeah, welcome.
Have any of you all attended a hybrid event at all before in the past?
You mean the concert hybrid event, or in
No,
general?
I mean any event where there is an in-person and a virtual element combined, whether it's a meeting or a training.
Usually, Zoom or what you call that, webinars and things like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I've attended a few in the past. I'm trying to think back at the specific events. I know that I've encountered them in the past, and got a little bit of experience around them.
Cool. And do you remember thinking anything positive that you could take away from it, or was there some challenges that you recall?
Yeah, I mean, some of the challenges, the balance out of participation by those folks who are there digitally. So, one of the things we try to balance is making sure that the folks who are, say on the phone line, or that weren't at the meeting physically, that they were given enough opportunity to be able to share their insights, answer questions. So really balancing out the physical people that are there versus the people that are digitally attending.
Would that be to say then that people in person have an advantage? Or like the stronger participation?
Yeah, I mean, especially like the kind of the flatter meetings where we're utilizing, say, WebEx or tools like conferencing tools as such. Yeah, the people in the room tend to have a little bit more of an advantage with those kind of flatter technologies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Same time, you can have a poll, or you can have you can type your question, even somebody is speaking, and get your chance of voicing out what you feel or what you want to ask or inquire about.
Yep. Okay, so it's about having, I guess, a few solutions to allow those people to catch up on different platforms, I suppose.
Yeah, well, in actual, when people are talking, you cannot peep in. You cannot just something like that. You have to wait until they finish or have a chance. Until sometimes you don't have a chance anymore.
Perfect. Cool. Thanks. I'm going to pop over to another group and see if I can get another insight. Thanks. Good chatting to you.
Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you.
Bets. And so platform utilizes that in a lot of different ways. And I hold a Zoom meeting, a peer-to-peer meeting every Tuesday night for our combat vets for PTSD. So some of these guys that maybe don't want to necessarily show up in person or anything can also show up here in Virbela, and we can have a group here, a peer-to-peer group or something like that as avatars. So but on top of that, I can pull somebody in and get them to Camp Hope, which is our place where we'll send somebody to 4 to 6 months of treatment so that they can better engage in life after that. So I can pull them in and help them fill out the documents on the computer in this world. Like I said, when I put turn my computer on, I can share that computer with the person and actually fill out the documents from the website to directly to the impact. So there's just so many different ways to use this, so many different things, and so many cool ideas that are coming up.
Thank you.
Has it at this table engaged in any hybrid events and seen any positives or challenges in trying to get people together in person, but also having the additional virtual engagement as well?
You know, Matt, I will say that getting people to come into Virbela is easy at first. You know, they'll come in, they'll check it out, but it's finding that usefulness. You know, when I come into Virbela, a lot of times there's not that many people engaged outside of Virbela. However, you know, inside their office spaces, they might be working. It's one of these things that I think the biggest thing that Virbela could do to make it really interactive is to open up 2 expo halls, one being for expos and one being for anybody who has an office space, to give them also an expo space for day-to-day activities, so they can put their emblem up. You can actually see what organizations, what's going on, and you'd be able to come in and interact with somebody personally at whatever time they say that they're going to be there or whatever. I think that will open up the avenue of even greater interaction here, and I think that's the one thing that's holding back thousands of people just popping in here to utilize it like they would their own web page. You know, when you come in to your computer, you type in a web page because you want to get all the information you need. And it would be so awesome if they had 2 expo halls, and one was directly for the office spaces for everybody who has a spot in Virbela.
I love.
All right. I think I might have accidentally muted everybody looking for the right button, but I saw that there was a ton of conversation going on. I'd love to jump to table F where Rick or Elisa or Liza can share their perspectives on the wonderful conversation we just had.
Sure. This is Rick. Hello, everyone. We were having a conversation around the hybrid events and the role of the future, and it was intriguing because we both are from different companies that are a different part of the journey with this. But I think what we both highlighted was really the wide spectrum in terms of how do we align this. People are not really embracing so much video to video call and want to participate in something a little broader like the metaverse and this Bella on how we can engage better, be more productive, and even have privatized conversation in a wider spectrum. And even examples of what we're doing at my company at DXC with regards to sales conferences, global participation from partners and vendors and clients. So it's a really engaging area, and I'm excited to see where this.
Thanks, Rick. And I saw, Matt, you were having a great discussion too.
Yeah, a couple of really good insights here. Over at table C, we were discussing the challenges of when you integrate the digital and the in-person, and that the people who are in person are actually at a bit of an advantage, and it can be harder for those people who've joined digitally to really muscle in on the conversation or to be heard properly. So it was more of a point to consider that and to make sure that there are multiple platforms and multiple channels in which people can communicate, whether it's through a text box or, take yourself off mute and talk, or that there's polls where people can vote digitally. So that was a really interesting observation and a good comment to pre-prepare us for that. Over at table B, we're having some great discussions here. Aaron was sharing about the support groups and he was talking about that he works with, and he was talking about some people aren't always ready to come and be together in person. So a platform like this is fantastic for those people who may be in a place where they'd rather not be physically with others. So that was fantastic to hear for your work, and also a great suggestion around how the public campus could become more of a world that's kind of open, and that organizations could be present in that world. It becomes more like a village or a high street or something like that. I found that a really interesting comment.
Love it. Well, I think we can wrap up here. We're a little bit over, so feel free to stick around, and if you have any questions for Matt, he is more than happy to answer them. And then I know that in the partner lounge we are doing a little lunch giveaway where if you get over there and sign up, I think it's a $20 Amazon gift card by our partners. So make sure to check that out and explore the campus. And again, Matt, thank you so much for sharing your experience with virtual worlds and the great work you do at American Cancer Society, especially around the Relay for Life. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thanks for inviting me, Marco. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks all. Great day.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go grab some lunch.
We get this sense of togetherness. And this is really important because it brings back the water cooler talk, the casual interactions that happen between meetings.
The impact we can have on both individual employees as well as organizations is going to be phenomenal. What Virbela has been doing for 10 years now, we're just at the starting line.
your hand there. You can put in chat. Anyone that's just working in an office.
Well,
It's
being 8
amazing.
p.m. Italy, I just returned home, but I was in the office all day.
All day.
Yeah, it's been a while, Mike, since I sat exclusively in an office as opposed to my home office, right?
That's right. That's right. Same for me. Same for me.
We're going to keep asking and encouraging you all to use the chat box to make sure that this is a collaborative workshop for each of you so that you do walk away with some takeaways. So even though we haven't officially started, for those of you that are just joining, welcome. We're glad you're here. We're doing a little practice. Mike and I like to warm up the session and also help you all get some practice interacting right here in the chat box. So let's keep going with that question a little bit, Mike. Type office for me in the chat box if you work from a bricks and mortar physical office regularly, and or type home office if you work from your home office regularly. Let's just do a little practice typing in the chat box here. Home office, office. All right, get a feel. Many of us, I would imagine, across the world, a little bit of both. Yep. A little bit of both, but that's interesting. Just getting a pulse on the room here. Most of us sitting here today work almost exclusively from a home office. That's likely a very different reality from a couple of years ago for many of us.
That's right. That's right. Dennis, it's good to see you.
Yes, hi everybody. So it's very nice. I had a short time today that to make a trip, and absolutely very nice. And with all the team, okay. I'm the broker of records in Italy, and so that constantly we have meetings every day, and so this new experience is very interesting. I will take my time during the next days and the weekend to navigate, to surf, and to walk around this new campus. Really nice. A very absolutely interesting and comfortable. I like it. It's always more immersive, this experience, and then become more fun in a way, and so it's really nice.
Absolutely. For those of you coming in, one of the things that we were asking, we wanted to get to know, do you work exclusively from a bricks and mortar office? Are you working from a home office? What do you tend to do these days? I'm checking out some of that chat there. Gen Z will do everything in their power to work from home. As a mom of two boys, aged 19 and 25, they do not want to work in an office setting. That is true. Millennial here, Julie and I never want to go back to working in an office. I hear you. Barbadine is home office, work from home. We have one hybrid. Love it. Well, the majority are working from home. And so if you're coming in here, Curtis and I are just kind of getting that, wanting to know, are you working from home? Are you in a bricks and mortar office? And you can go ahead and type that in here. We just want to get a feel of that. What does that look like for you?
And at the same time, we're also helping everyone here just get comfortable with today's session. This is going to be a workshop, so we want to make it interactive. We do have some information we plan to share with you all to give you a little context, and then we really want you all to be able to collaborate, connect, ask questions, going back and forth. Go ahead, Dennis. A technical question, sure.
Yes, I noticed that it's in my impression, or looking my data about CPU and memory cache is more light. This version is working easier and faster. So first, I want to know if it's true this, because I noticed this on my PC. And secondly, if it's true, this absolutely will help a lot of users, even agents, that sometimes they don't have computers absolutely updated or new generation, or with so much RAM memory that is needed like previous version.
Yeah, it's a great question. I wouldn't be able to answer that technical question. I will throw it out to our Virbela team that's here in the session. Is there any truth to the observation that this technical version of Virbela might place less demands technically on a person's computer or working machine? Would love to hear that feedback there in the chat box from a Virbela team member. You know, in addition to that, I'll share one of my personal experiences with Virbela, and you might be feeling this in this session today. We're in a smaller environment or setting, meaning that there are only 30 users in this room right now with those of us on stage. And my observation historically is that if you're on the eXp Realty side, for example, you might have been in a room with hundreds of other users in the room at the same time, and there is some additional demand placed on your machine and your internet connection, et cetera, or thousands, Barbara Jean, absolutely right, based on how many people are in the room, Dennis. So I think as you observe the smoothness that you're experiencing on your technical machine here, just the takeaway for everybody in the audience is when you're leveraging a Virbela platform or any metaverse platform or even anything else virtually in the cloud, the idea that the more people you put in the situation, the more demands or potential constraints might be created on that environment technically. And the more that you can leverage these small group sessions, these smaller training rooms, et cetera, the better. So Ned is giving some feedback there on the technical side. Thank you. And Barbara Jean, welcome. Glad you're here as well. Good conversation, good practice, Mike. We got good dialogue. Everybody, we would encourage you all, if you're not in a seat yet, to come take a seat, find a table. We do want this to be a collaborative session, so it will be very beneficial for you, especially about 15 minutes of this session. If you are seated at a table, you'll get to do a little bit of networking, a little bit of brainstorming. So if you're just joining us, welcome. Come on and walk up to a table, hover your mouse over the seat that's available and click seat. And don't leave anybody seated at a table by themselves, please. Let's all get together, make the most out of this workshop time, and join us in a seat. Mike, we're right at about the 20-minute mark. What do you think?
We sure are. I think we should go ahead and get started. We'll let everyone just get into their seats. But you know what, Curtis? I'm certainly excited about this. Seeing everyone out there, I'm excited because today we'll be taking everyone on a journey of some of the ways that we build a best place to work in the metaverse.
Super excited, Mike, and everybody, welcome. Honored to share our story and drive some great conversation today.
Love it. And can everyone see the slide up there that says building a best place to work in the metaverse? If you can, just say yes in the chat. So I know I can see it. I see it coming through. Awesome, awesome. So it's coming through. So you can all see that that is great. And if you're just now coming in, come grab a seat with us. We're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves here. So I'm Mike Vane. I'm the EVP of People here at eXp Realty. I'm out of the Chicago area in here, and I've been with eXp for about 4 years. So I've been working through the metaverse for about 4 years now. And with me, I have Curtis. Curtis, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself here?
Glad to, Mike. My name's Curtis Dixon. I'm the Senior Vice President of Agent Development for eXp Realty. Our agent development team focuses on bringing training and education to almost 77,000 agents and supporting Mike and all the initiatives he brings to our almost 2,000 staff members. I've lived in the metaverse for coming up on 5 years, eXp Realty as an agent since 2017 and as a staff member since 2019. I live in San Antonio, Texas, but I'm excited to be with all of you from across the globe right here in our Hands In Summit.
Excellent. And we're one of the fastest growing real estate brokerages, as Curtis mentioned, 77,000 agents, 6 continents. We have about 2,000 employees, and this virtual world supports us every day. And when I started, we were about 12,000 agents. So you're going to see that we've been able to scale this as we've grown here. And most of our growth globally actually took place from the start of COVID. And we did this growth globally without ever jumping on a plane, all being able to use this platform here. And Curtis, if I'm not mistaken, our founder, Glenn Sanford, actually had this idea of remote work quite a while ago.
There's a famous story in 2008. Glenn Sanford, unlike many of us, was running a business that spanned multiple regions, or maybe like some of us in the room, if you're an enterprise company that spanned multiple regions and they had bricks and mortar offices in all of those regions. If you can also remember what was going on in 2008, Glenn's business was operating in the real estate space, and real estate was in a bad position in 2008. So Glenn was faced with a decision, Mike, that was, okay, we're either going to shut this company down or we're going to shut all of our offices down and find a new way forward. And way back in 2008, Glenn began the journey of eXp Realty staff working and growing remotely. Fast forward almost 14 years now. And as you see it up on the slide here, we're in 6 continents, almost 20 countries, 77,000 agents, a couple thousand staff members working 100% in the cloud since 2009. And we make the most, to Mark's point, out of being able to operate in our eXp World platform by Virbela.
I love it. And during that growth, looking at future of work, looking at a remote workplace, for the past 5 years, we've been a Glassdoor best place to work, with this most recent year being number 4 on the list. And so we're going to take you through a little bit of some of the things of how we do that and how we connect within the world here. So as we do this, why is it important to build out a best place to work? Pause here just a moment. Great resignation. Now, looking at everyone across the room here, I saw all of your eyes roll when I put up the Great Resignation. So if that's not a testament that Virbela is like in real world, I could see all of your eyes roll because we're talking about the Great Resignation. But it's the reality, right? It's something that we're dealing with. As people went home to work in home offices during COVID, they don't want to go back to the office. So the majority of people want to work in some type of remote or hybrid workplace. We're working through that. We have baby boomers that are retiring, and we have to figure out how to address this. And so this really kind of sets a stage of the reason of why we need to look through and kind of build that best place to work. So Curtis, when you have it, what is the it that we're looking for?
What is the it? That's a great question. And so I want you all to ponder it for a moment. And if anybody has any thoughts that they want to drop in the chat box, please do it. You know, when you think about what makes your company great, the best company you've ever worked at, if you're currently in the eXp family, if you run a small business, if you're an employee at an enterprise, what makes it great? What's that great experience? What are the ingredients there, Mike? And hopefully somebody might type or be thinking our culture, right? Our culture really makes us great or makes this a great place to work. And so when you think about a best place to work and you think about culture, hopefully some other words come to mind like engagement. How many of you daily think about your engagement level with your clients, your customers, your staff, whatever your world looks like? You know, we thrive off of being connected and off of feeling encouraged, supported, collaborated, right? So the more you type in this chat box, the more engagement I feel, the more powerful this session is, and the same for you, right? And another key one, this is so critical right now as Mike talks about the Great Resignation. We had a millennial type in the chat box earlier. I'm a millennial. I will never go back to work in a physical bricks and mortar office. I will work from home. I will leverage the virtual workplace environments of the future, right? So we also need to be thinking about not just engagement, but we need to be thinking about innovation, Mike. How are we going to continue to create and maintain engagement? How are we going to build culture? How are we going to encourage and support innovation at scale? And this platform has been core, Mike, to how we've been able to scale culture in the cloud environment. It's kept us connected. It's really helped support eXp becoming a best place to work. And for those of you that are sitting here right now, I hope you can hear the smile in my voice. I hope you can feel the engagement level that we have sitting here with you. Just know that if you operate in the enterprise, you can deliver that same engagement level to your staff. You can drive and encourage innovation. You can ask people to comment and share in the chat box. And in a moment, Mike, we're going to take everybody through how you even scale some of those physical workplace instances like collaboration at the whiteboard or being at a meeting. And we're going to do that in this workshop in just a moment. But those are some of the its around building a best place to work environment.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And as you talked about kind of engagement, one of those things as you're talking about when people are chatting in the chat box, we get to see that. We get to see that raising your hand, etc. from there. So when we talk about what does the best place to work look like in the metaverse, we're going to get through some of those things, and then we're going to get into some workshop discussions here. But what I want to take you through is a couple different things here. First of all, when we're looking for that, what does the best place to work look like? You know, it's not any type of magic sauce here. We're hungry for that in real life connection without that commute. Yes? If you agree with me, raise your hand. You can just hit the raise hand button. We're looking for that in real life connection without the commute. We want the commute to be from our bed to our desk. Now, for me, that is so much the truth. Living in the Chicago area, I would work downtown. I lived in the suburbs. I'd work downtown Chicago. My commute on a daily basis would be 3 hours long. And I didn't live too far away from the city, right? But 3 hours out of my day was spent on the train. And that's if the train's running quickly and on time here. So what we're looking for is that in real life connection without the commute. So what I want to share with you is a few things here. I want to share on connection and community. I want to share on personalization and fun. And I want to share on building ritual. And one of the first things I want to share on, one of the things sometimes I take for granted is what I call the water cooler and those collision points in the virtual world. And what I mean by that, when you are in a typical office space here, you are running into, you may have a meeting with Curtis here, but Kelly Fay walks by. Well, I need a moment to talk with Kelly just on something. 2 minutes, talk with her. It's that meeting before the meeting, and I have those collision points. So that is one of the things I love about the virtual world. We get to have that, it's that in real life connection here. Another thing I love, when we talk about personalization and fun, after we have employees onboarding into EXP, we take them through the virtual world here. They come in, they get to meet their employees on their team within their workspaces. Their new employees, or the employees that are meeting the new employee, personalize their workspace, personalize their office, welcome them just like you have in a real life workspace. They get to meet them, and then the employees start to personalize their space as well. Maybe they're putting up pictures of their family or other things that just kind of say who they are as a person. Third, I like to look at the building the rituals. We may have daily meetings, we may have weekly meetings with our teams. We also have all hands meetings with all of our employees. And I love to see this. We start to see, the limits of what we can do within the virtual world. See the virtual cubicle. Within the all hands, we get to see the limits or kind of how it can scale as we start to grow the employees, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500 employees coming into an all hands meeting. We can actually break through the walls to have those meetings here. So those are some of the things I love, to be able to do that and be able to use this space, create that in real life connection, and drive some of that personalization here. Curtis, you have some amazing things just on learning and development.
I do, Mike. I've got a couple of things. Absolutely. If you don't mind, advance back one slide real quick. I'm going to give a couple real examples for Natasha and others. And I also want to real quick welcome everybody. If you're just joining us to this workshop, if you can find a seat at a table, please walk up, click a seat, and sit down at a table, because we will go into workshop mode in just a minute, and you'll want to be seated at a table if possible. We have couches along the sides as well. Just walk over, grab a seat. So Mike, you gave some great examples, and I just want to give everybody a way to think about getting the most out of a metaverse tool, specifically out of Virbela, because we do this every single day in eXp Realty. First, I want to be clear around offices and that setup is that our staff, meaning our W-2 employees, staff members for the company, almost 2,000 of them, work in eXp World every single day. So they all have an office. They all show up. I did a quick count before I came over here, Mike. Inside EXP world right now, our Virbela world, we had 1,500 people on campus. I'm going to guess that was about half staff, half agents. We have over 100 learning environments, probably over 100 meeting environments, and then hundreds of offices, almost thousands for those staff members, right? So people go to work every day, and that's kind of part one, I think, to recreating the physical world in the virtual workplaces. You have to go. You've got to build it into your behavior to check into your Virbela world if you have an enterprise instance, or to your world. You've got to go there regularly. You kind of got to treat it like your hotel or your home, where you literally go, check in, unpack, to Mike's point, make yourself at home. And you have to be in that world to have those serendipitous collisions, as Mike explained, right? So step one, if you're dabbling in Virbela, it's time to go all in. Build it into your habits, your workflow. Encourage your staff, other people in your world, to adopt, and just make it part of your habits and behavior. Now let's jump to learning and development a little bit. This is the area where I specialize. Thank you, Barbara Jean, for clarifying. We have over 1,000 spaces in EXP World, not counting the individual offices. So one of the areas where you can really drive engagement and start to build some community is around learning and development. Whether you have a small staff of 5 or 10, or like us, you have 77,000 agents plus. One thing almost I can't say everyone, but one thing a lot of people will show up for is education, learning and development. So I mentioned that we have over 100 learning environments built in EXP World. That's one of the most unique things possible, is that for every next class, next event, next 10,000 agents that join, the power of operating in the virtual workplace is that we can turn on a new classroom, a new auditorium, or a new workshop like this with the push of a button. So this is what I want you to picture when you think learning and development and what's possible and how it really happens in EXP World. Imagine the best in real life conference you've ever been to. You're at this amazing hotel. Maybe it's this beautiful JW Marriott Conference Center, and it's great on the outside. You walk in, it's got this buzz, it's got this energy, and then you walk to the wing where your conference is being held, and you've got about 6 or 8 or maybe 10 breakout rooms if you're a big company. And if you're an enterprise, you might have a couple thousand people who flew in for this event, and it is rocking. You've got keynotes and presenters and masterminds, and you've got networking and mingling, but it's restricted to the 2,000 people that could fly in. And it's not cost effective to do that every single week. And you can't just turn on another room if somebody wants to teach a new class, new course, new breakout. The power of building on this platform and what we do at EXP from a learning and development perspective is we run the best conference you've ever been to every week. And we add rooms, add presenters, as speakers, adjust on the fly as needed. So that's some of what's possible. And you can picture whatever that version looks like for you or your business as being a reality on the Virbela platform. Click of a button. Absolutely,
that's
Mike.
Awesome. And that's exactly it. You know, when we're looking at that, just being able to, on the fly, blow out the walls, change up the furniture, that's one of the amazing things here. Now, Curtis, I know we want to be able to have kind of a mastermind discussions here, talking about some of the things here as we're talking about working in a virtual world and so forth. So I'm gonna get to some of those questions. I see some people in the back. If you are in the back, we'd love for you to come to a table. If there's not a seat at the table, come near the table, because what we're going to do is bring down kind of some silence cones so that you can have a conversation with everyone around the table here. So if you're in the back, come near one of the tables, find a seat. We're going to have some great conversation here. And it's time to mastermind. It's time to mastermind. So we're going to start out with a couple of questions here. The first is, we want you to discuss with your table here the top 3 challenges or opportunities your businesses face around creating engagement in a remote workplace. So we're going to drop the
Mike, do you mind if I elaborate on what's going to happen so
yes,
they can
please.
feel the experience
Yes,
just a bit here, everybody? So, all right, first of all, if you haven't heard it clearly from Mike, please walk up to a table and click a seat so you can be in a seat. Very important for this next exercise. What we're going to do is what Eddie or Edie is kind of asking about is we're going to show you all how you can be in a room like this and you can have multiple conversations going on at one time without interrupting everybody in the room or getting distracted. So if you're sitting at a table, in a moment when we push the button, here's what's going to happen. Everyone at your table can talk to each other, and only your table will be able to hear each other. You will not be able to hear anyone else in the room. You won't be able to hear me or Mike anymore. You will be in a private mastermind bubble. We call it private volumes. And we want you to take this question up on the screen, and we want you to literally answer this question, discuss it amongst yourselves. We'll put about 6 minutes on the clock for this first run. So again, if you're not at a table, get into a table. When we push the button, I'll do a countdown. You will no longer be able to hear me. Open up your microphones by clicking the mic in the bottom left-hand corner and talk to your table. Let's let the workshop commence. Mike, I'm going to count down and private volumes will be on. Turn on your mics and enjoy. We'll bring you back at the 44-minute mark. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does everyone have a mic?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Sorry, I only just plugged it in, so I haven't.
You're paying attention. All those little bubbles above people's heads means they're talking. So go get in the conversation.
50, 60 people.
Yeah.
And I run mastermind groups 100% online, and I want to use Virbela more and more as a way to connect when we're not in a coaching call. And that's exactly the challenge that was like the question.
Yeah.
Because we are not colleagues. They work like all over the place, and I would really love them to step into the virtual office every day.
Yeah. So do
and
you?
The event was great. Yeah, Robert is
Do you create your own virtual office like around your consulting?
Yeah, I have a paid virtual office. So I pay Virbela every month. So we have a private office that we can go to. Yes.
That's nice. And so you can set it up however you want each day for depending on who's visiting or what have you.
Well, it's the same size for everyone.
Yeah.
But you can have like your own screens, and I can pre-upload videos, or I can, like my logo is on the wall, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you find your clients want to visit, and have they got the computers that will allow them to do it?
Yeah, I work with online entrepreneurs, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not the problem, but it's one of the speakers was talking about, it's like getting into the habit of going there.
Yeah.
That's the most difficult thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So people
and how about you? Like, what are your experiences? What brings you here?
Yeah, so I work for a global engineering company. We have an office in the Netherlands actually, and manufacturing and engineering design. And I work with them a lot. They're awesome. They're very forward thinking. Of all our teams around the world, they're very willing to engage this way, and really excited about the potential of these like immersive environments. But we use it for engineering and for all our equipment design for our customers. We put together virtual factories, but I'm also interested now in this more social connection side, which is why I'm looking at Virbela to get all of our teams, not just, for our customers or for the engineering, but, like for training or virtual showrooms, or just engaging and connecting, since I work from home and many people do, or we all work in different countries and time zones. So finding a way to have that common space where we all feel part of the same team. So for me, that's what I'm wondering if Virbela will bring to our business.
That's very interesting. I love to hear that you guys are from another country. I actually do work for eXp Realty and have been in this virtual environment now working for 1 year. And
Yeah.
and I work for EXP University as well doing the training.
Oh, that's so
Oh,
interesting.
great.
Yes, so now that you
Oh.
mentioned that, if you have any questions, I do come into EXP World every single day.
Really? And how do you think, because when I looked on the EXP website, it's not like promoted. It's not something you're promoting to your customers. It's just an internal tool, right?
Yeah, no, so it is for staff and agents.
Yeah.
So it is promoted definitely to agents. It's the remote brokerage for them, not that brick and mortar office. And a lot of the agents are popping in to take training. We have 60 to 80 hours of live training in our EXP Realty world
Yeah.
every single day.
Do agents bring customers in there as well to have meetings, or like
Yes.
clients? People
Yes.
who are wanting to buy homes, for example?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. So I'm not sure how much, you guys are dealing with this or playing around with it, but you are, at least on our campus, able to send a guest pass to maybe an agent who's not part of EXP, right? Maybe they're interested and they kind of want to see what this Virbela campus is all about.
Yeah.
Or maybe they just see a really interesting class on the calendar, right?
All right, everybody. That's my favorite part.
Was just meeting you there.
My
break up that
favorite part is
conversation.
bringing everybody back, and you hear that kind of roar and that ruckus, meaning we had great conversation and great collaboration. I did mute all of your microphones now so as to save us some technical challenges and difficulties with coming back, but I hope you all enjoyed that and had fun, and I hope we got some really good discussion going. Want to give a couple of tables a chance to share with the group here anything you all identified, maybe your top 1 or 2 challenges. So if you'd like to volunteer, type me in the chat box. If you want to represent your table or a discussion that you all had, type me in the chat box, and then I will call on you, ask you to open up your microphone. You'll be able to share with us what you talked about, or even if you just want to share with us your experience in the breakout, in the private volume mastermind, telling us how it worked or didn't work. Let me know who wants to share in the chat box there. I'm looking for at least 1 or 2 volunteers, again, just to help you all simulate things you would do in the physical workplace environment right here in this virtual environment. So let's pick a couple of volunteers here. Mike, we've got Gary, Armando, and Leona that want to share. Let's do it. Let's ask Leona to open up their mic. Leona, if you would, just click at the bottom left corner and share a little bit about your discussion.
Hi, Leona here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me talk about it. I first started out in the table that was on the left side, and we had some mic issues where we were hearing an echo from both my mic and the other person's mic, so it was impossible to have a conversation. I wanted to check out if table B was having the same problem, so I came over here, and we weren't. So we kind of tried to answer the questions as fast as we could before the time ran out. We kind of just started on it, and they had asked me to talk about experience. I used to work in immersive tech in an actual physical office in New York City, and then I started my own company during the pandemic, also working with immersive technology for education. And one of the challenging things that I saw based on the difference of working physically and remotely is that even though it is nice to be remote and you can hire people without ever having to even hear their voice or like do anything other than text, you do lose a sense of motivation and inspiration in your workforce because there isn't that interpersonal skills face to face that you get from being with them in the real world. Which is why I guess that even if people do work remotely and have an office in real life, they still have these like work vacations that they all get together from around the world and meet up with each other, because it is really important to still be able to see each other. But I would like to be able to see that we can bring that to working remotely with virtual reality.
Wow. Some
Love it.
great points there, right, Mike? I'm taking notes
Love
here.
it.
so much to talk about. What a great discussion I think that happened there. Does that bring up any thoughts or just quick responses, Mike, in your mind?
It's one of those things of coming into the virtual world and seeing everyone here, from there. One of the things I love is just being able, to me, it is like a real life connection in there, more so than video call at times, just because I can look out and see the people that are in here. I can see people at all different tables and so forth. And so to me, when I see that, that's exciting to me. I get to see the avatars move around in there, kind of see some movement on some things that are going on. So how about you, Curtis?
Yeah, a couple of things, Mike. First of all, I just want to thank Leona for sharing. How many of you all feel like maybe that was like a mini Toastmasters, if anybody's familiar with that? Just the idea that you open up your microphone in front of a group of people and you speak impromptu is a pretty powerful skill set and a real representative example of what's possible in these virtual cloud environments. Maybe Leona has been at home all day in her business and hadn't had a chance to spend any time with peers, partners, opened up her mic, got her wheels turning, her brain flowing, and then communicated a really helpful, I think, clear challenge of losing motivation and inspiration, real things that really the virtual workplace can absolutely support, change, augment, and do a number of other things. Also, a cool opportunity I want to take, Mike, is I got a private message right here in Virbela from Mark, who private messaged me, which is one of the capabilities of being in this tool and environment. And Mark asked me if we could get a quick feedback from someone who was in his group. So I'd like to ask ED if ED would be willing to share what was discussed or the experience that was had at ED's table. ED, would you open up your microphone and share here?
Sure. So I am a learning professional and was part of a group that transitioned our firm from WebEx to Zoom over the past year. And one of the frustrations, because we now have like a hypercare chat room set up so that as Zoom sessions are starting, people can participate. And we've had some real challenges with whenever we want to bring either external people who are truly external, or even we're a global firm, and sometimes the external folks are just from a different region within our firm, and they can't even access our Zoom sessions. So that's been a real challenge, and I think this could potentially be a resolution for things like that.
I love that. And when you're talking about that, immediately what comes to mind is we have people in this room right now from Italy and all over the world here. And, a lot of when we were looking to grow within the last year and opening up several countries, we went from about 4 countries that we were open in before the pandemic to 20 countries. Did that all without getting on a plane, going to the countries here. We all did it within the virtual world. So no access problems of what you're talking about.
Absolutely. I absolutely think that is where, I'm a little bit of a metaverse nerd and have been playing around for a long time. Somebody asked earlier, Mike, about using VR and Oculus to get into these worlds. I absolutely have done it. I love it. But I think that's one of the differentiators between a company like Virbela, who's thinking about the future of work and the future of collaborative work and remote work. No knock on amazing Zoom, right? Zoom showed up and blew up at a time where it was very necessary for most people to adopt. But I don't think all considerations were in place for adopting a tool like Zoom at sort of at the level that it's being used at the moment. And I think they're working to keep up, whereas a platform like this has been pretty thoughtfully designed by organizational psychologists for and to serve as the future of work. So to your point, it's very easy to download, install, sign in with your username and password, and even create private rooms, private places, so you can keep your security layer in place. You can maintain compliance for any businesses that need that, but you can really, without limits, kind of reduce those boundaries or the friction associated with being in different places and different parts of the business. So great observation, Edie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know we're coming up near on time, and I wanted to get one more sample workshop mastermind conversation done, Mike. Now that we've learned, let's iterate and let's go again. So we have 2 topics you can choose from real quick. I want you to type org process or education in the chat. Do you want to talk training in your next mastermind, education, or do you want to talk organizational process? Some of the things like Edie was referencing, for example. Give me a vote. I'm going to do a quick glance at it, and then we'll put one of 2 up on the screen, and we're going to do private volumes again. You'll have 7 minutes, and then we'll do a quick hard wrap up since we will be at time for everybody here. Mike, again, a best practice you saw from Ryan in the chat. When you're talking to those in your group, go ahead and keep your microphone muted if you're getting feedback until it's a time for you to talk. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for org, 5 for training. 1, 2, yeah, I think, man, it's right there, Mike. I think we go
right there.
Yeah, I think we go organizational process here. And anybody wants to come talk about training, come find me outside of this room afterwards, and I'll be glad to share with you some training stuff. So we've got on the screen your prompt. If you could successfully recreate 2 programs or processes that work best in the physical workplace in virtual, what would they be? Identify a couple action items for you to take away from here. Hopefully you got the prompt. I'm going to put 7 minutes on the clock. We'll run till 1 or 2 minutes over. I'm turning on private volumes on the count of 3. Get to a table. 1, 2, 3.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Tatiana, sorry, I don't know what happens. I keep kind of dropping out and everything freezes. So I wasn't ignoring you before. I just couldn't hear you suddenly.
No, it's okay. And then I know that we kind of ran on time.
The tables, just jump into the blue ring there and get right in there.
I think work really well. We've been doing connectivity events that I did one on Thursday, where we just did like 4 corners where you ask questions and the teams can go to the different corners of a room. We use Frame, and they're able to hear each other and actually connect in small groups around where they have similarities, like working styles, working times. Are you a thinker, a feeler, doer? Type of stuff, and I used it to bring 2 of my teams together, and it was actually quite meaningful. Everyone really loved it. Sorry. I was trying to turn my head to the right to look at the person to the right, but I'm afraid to move my head.
Use the space bar to look around.
Well, no one's. I got
and
it.
then he disappeared.
And then he disappeared. There we go. Okay, so that's why my head went crazy.
It took me I used to know how to do that. I had used this before, and it took me a while to remember how to do that. Yeah.
I think actually something changed too, because I think that in this campus the head movement is different. I think you used to just change your view, from above, or where you're kind of looking at it from, but now you can move your head. And so yesterday I was doing a full back bend because I had clicked it, but then I was over on another app.
Names in the chat box the same way there is in EXP World.
Random the code or data.
Yep.
So you're right. That's the things that we just don't have anymore.
Hey Wyatt, looks like you're joining us.
Hey guys, this is Veronica. I just sat in. I was sitting on the outskirts. I hope you don't mind that I sat at this table.
Not at all.
Come on in.
Please join. We were just saying how one idea that came to mind was the sort of casual water cooler type conversations that feel, when you do a Zoom happy hour, it feels a little forced or formal or something like that. And probably would try it in something like this environment and see how that felt, just getting together, chatting, catching up.
Especially if you get to use one of the recreational environments, because then there's a bunch of people trying to figure out how to throw a basketball into a hoop with your avatar, so then you've got something to talk about for sure.
True. Yeah.
Good point. And I'll confess, I've had no problems multitasking as we're going through these modules all afternoon,
but yet I still feel very engaged in this thing that we're doing here.
Good. Yeah, because you can hear if you've got enough bandwidth to have this on one monitor, and if you've got a second monitor where you can have other stuff going on.
Yes.
Yep. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, it's spread out across 3 monitors.
there you go.
It's true, but when you're on Zoom, like you gotta, well, there's always I'm always like surreptitiously trying to look like I'm like angle the camera high enough so that it doesn't look like I'm doing stuff on my keyboard, but I'm actually trying to do stuff at the same time. But it's kind of stressful.
Yeah.
But sometimes you do need to respond to an email or whatever, and like that's one of the advantages of working digitally is that you can multitask. But you obviously don't want to be rude, but you can do it and still feel present.
This has been a very engaging afternoon.
I think, one of the best, use cases I've seen is really working with, as someone else mentioned, working with people across territories and across time zones. Like that's so helpful. I mean, yeah, you still have to worry about like time frames and things like that, but everyone can have the exact same experience. You're all in the same place. Awesome.
Are there some challenges that you guys have found with using something like Zoom for that purpose?
Zoom doesn't like if you want to congratulate people, if you want to, have like feel engaged, you can hide in Zoom. I don't feel like you can hide in the same way. So even if it's like work related and not just recreational, you can just kind of like hang out. Whereas even though it's an avatar, it's like, here's a person, and like, oh, this is my person, and they're just sitting there not interacting. Whereas if you're just a name on a screen and you're like, oh, my video doesn't work, I'm totally not turning it on. Like,
all right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. I'm going to put your mics on mute, say your quick goodbyes and thank yous.
We'll talk soon.
I'm gonna head over to the auditorium.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Hope you enjoyed that session. I do want to do my best to keep us on track, so I'm going to point out a couple of technical things and make sure you know where to go next and how to get there. So the first thing I'm going to point out is one of the features of being in a Virbela campus. Up in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the Virbela logo just to the left of the gear icon. If you click on that, that will pull up the event information. So that will allow you to scroll through the rest of today's agenda. Only 2 more big events on the calendar. But when you leave here, thank you for being here. What you'll want to do next is go to the auditorium to catch the Future of Work in the Metaverse panel with Alex Halland and others. Don't leave this minute, but you just click the go-to menu in the top left, and then you click auditorium, and you'll teleport straight to the auditorium. So again, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to turn it over to Mike for some closing thoughts. Everybody, Mike, should be leaving here with a to-do list of what they successfully want to recreate and some other conversation. If anybody wants to talk training and education, I'll step outside this auditorium for 5 or 10 minutes and do a little bit of Q&A afterwards. Mike, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity. Back to you.
Hit all 10. If you've got a count, how many hours have you completed? Throw it in the chat. Oh, Christopher Matthews, 10. Danielle's still working at 5. Nick got his all 10 completed. Melissa are you from New Zealand, Melissa? Number 6. Oh, wow. LVO at 10. Christian 8, only 2 more to go. Well, Mystic, I don't want to give you any cheating clues. One of them's at the landing zone. I'll give you that clue. I haven't actually done the scavenger hunt myself. I got to get out there and do it. I don't really know where they are. All right. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Let's get started. And just a reminder, feel free to use the public chat, for comments and for questions. We also have the slido.com Q&A page that's going to be up on the right-hand side there. You see the right screen. You can go to slido.com and enter in hands in, and that'll come to our page. You don't have to put the hashtag, just hands in. And so you can ask questions that come up, and they'll get upvoted to be asked potentially at the end of the session or during the session. And then real quick, just to see, you know, for our honored guest here, where folks are coming in from. If you could put, you know, the city you're coming in from. We see Sonia from New Zealand, and there he goes. Amazing to see just the global presence here from all around the world. Oxford, Paris, Brussels, Antwerp, Mount Hood. I hope there's some snow still up there in Mount Hood. Spring Valley, Sri Lanka. Welcome from Sri Lanka. Germany, our friends from Laval, France, New Hampshire. Ooh, Majorca, that's making me jealous. Kansas City, Colombo, Germany. Fun stuff. Oh, it's raining out there in Majorca. Thank you, everybody. We're going to get started. Use the Slido, please. And really honored. I hope everybody's been really exploring the new campus. And as I've been mentioning here, as we got started checking out our different diversity promenade and experiences there, we're really excited to announce this final group of speakers and bring them back to the Virbela stage. We had Charlie and Phil here in this last fall join us, so thank you for joining us again. We're welcoming Christy Grinnell, Global CIO of DXC Technology, Phil Rosedale, famous for Second Life, now CEO of High Fidelity, one of the really founders of the Metaverse. Of course, our own Alex Howland, PhD in organizational psychology and founder of Virbela. And thanks to Charlie Fink, a Metaverse expert, a journalist, a blogger, podcaster, an all-around expert. I'll hand it off to Charlie to kick things off, and thank you for being here.
All right, thank you, Craig, and thanks everybody for hanging in all day long. Congrats to Virbela on the new campus and the new avatars. I think that it's an exciting development, and also amazing that there are people here from all over the world. And even if you're in Majorca, we're doing the exact same thing right now, which is leaning into our computers into a virtual auditorium, perhaps in the metaverse. So before we get started, I thought I would share a bunch of statements about the metaverse, a term that has been genericized since it was originally introduced. It's what's called a portmanteau, a combination of two words, two Greek words, meta, meaning above everything, and verse, as in universe. The first usage of this was by Neil Stephenson in the 1992 dystopian novel Snow Crash. You know, when Neil was writing Snow Crash, we were living in an age of bulletin boards, and we were talking about cyberspace and the cyberverse, which quickly transitioned to the World Wide Web, and then the web, and finally today, the internet. In 2011, Ernie Klein set his dystopian bestseller, Ready Player One, in a seemingly infinite virtual world called the Oasis. The Meta, the company formerly known as Facebook, put forth its vision for the metaverse in a multi-million-dollar film presented at Oculus Connect in October 2021. Its vision is remarkably similar to the one represented in those novels, packaged as family entertainment, dystopia not included. But in fairness, Zuckerberg has been talking about the metaverse ever since Facebook acquired Oculus in 2014. The metaverse chatter started to increase well before Meta changed its name. In 2020, Matthew Ball, former Amazon executive, wrote the Metaverse Manifesto, on which his $250 million Metaverse investment fund, which is listed on the New York Stock Exchange, is based. Here's what he has to say. The metaverse is broadly understood as a successor state to today's mobile internet, but which will involve countless interoperable and persistent virtual worlds to be richly integrated into the physical world as well, thereby creating a new medium and economy for work, leisure, and innovation. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs have estimated the metaverse economy will someday be worth $8 trillion. Jensen Huang, founder and CEO of NVIDIA, has said he believes the metaverse economy will eventually exceed that of the physical world. And Mark Zuckerberg himself defines the metaverse as a 3D web that we look at from the inside out rather than through screens as we do today. So, Alex, you know, this is your party, so I'll start with you. When you started working on the remote collaboration solution that became Virbela at UCSD, did you think of it as a metaverse? Was that a word you were even using 10 years ago?
Truthfully, I don't think I had heard of the word back then when we started at UCSD. I was definitely seeing and inspired by things that were happening in platforms, certainly like Second Life and Open Simulator.
That was my next question. So were you thinking about Second Life when you were making Virbela?
Yes, absolutely. I'd be willing to guess that Virbela might not exist had Second Life not existed. So seeing what was happening in Second Life certainly inspired Virbela. Seeing how people were using Open Simulator as well back there, how clinical psychologists were using virtual worlds for therapy were part of the inspiration, but we're also putting on things in the live environment like assessment centers where we'd bring high potential leaders into the physical world and we'd put them through games and simulations over the course of a few days and give behavioral feedback on their leadership competencies, their teaming skills, and those sorts of things, and thought, wow, you know, using these types of technologies, we could create communities of learning with people from all over the world, but we could also immerse them into even more interesting dynamics and simulations and games in these environments. And over time, you know, maybe even train the software to give some of the feedback that traditionally took a professor or a PhD organizational psychologist to do. So those were some of the kind of the founding elements, and absolutely Second Life was certainly a big inspiration.
Well, that's a good segue, Philip. I wanted to ask you at some point, High Fidelity was, Second Life was sort of developing as a business, right? And there were, you know, companies setting up headquarters in Second Life. What did you learn about business collaboration from Second Life, and is that still something that's going on there?
Oh, for sure. I couldn't count. I really don't know. There's a lot of them. How many schools and classrooms and enterprise uses are going on in Second Life? So on the positive side, I think what we've all learned is that, you know, remote work works. We can, you know, do an event like this very successfully as we're doing right now. You know, and Virbela is, you know, leading the charge here, for example, in terms of there being a lot of people in the room at the same time, which is, you know, very, very important for this type of a gathering. What I think we also learned, Charlie, was that there's still a great challenge lying ahead in getting everybody comfortable with joining a meeting like the one we're in right now. It's still the early days in terms of making, you know, the average person that we just went and, you know, grabbed off the street somewhere comfortable being an avatar and, you know, more particularly communicating as an avatar. So yeah, I mean, that's all still happening in Second Life, but, you know, it's still at this, you know, scale of 1 million people rather than the sort of social media scale that we ultimately aspire to seeing the metaverse being.
Christy, you're the CIO of a very large company with global clients relying on your advice about enterprise collaboration. No doubt you looked at many options that are out there and selected Virbela. What are the features of Virbela that attracted you, and how are you guys using it yourselves?
Yeah, I think the important thing to think about when you just think about using the metaverse is that, first of all, as CIO of a very large company globally that operates virtual first, right? We have said we're not coming everybody back into an office, and you want to make this big company feel small. You need something like this that allows you virtually to be able to bring all of these people together in one place that you're not able to do otherwise. And so the metaverse enables, a scaled company like we are, 138,000 employees in over 70 countries globally. It makes a really big deal for us to be able to come and gather people all in one auditorium like this in order to share a town hall or messages about our company and what we're doing. It also matters to be able to have the rest of the experience that this creates, where you can have that what we call casual collision with somebody, where you don't get that in a virtual first thing. I'm not setting up a Zoom or a Teams meeting or whatever video collaboration tool you use to accidentally meet somebody that I don't know exists. But when you have a place like the Virbela Metaverse where you can meet in the diversity showcase, or you can meet or metaverse on the soccer field or something like that, you're able to have interaction with people that you wouldn't normally meet with in what we call a casual collision. So being able to create an experience that is very similar to a large gathering in person through the metaverse is really key for us.
And Charlie, I think you got back on mute if you want to unmute.
Oh yeah, I was sorry. I heard some clicking, so I muted, thinking it might be me. I would say it was a follow-up question for Christy. What I said was many of my clients in my consulting practice often use multiple methods. They might have a big company meeting in Virbela, which can accommodate so many more simultaneous uniques than other platforms. But if it's a small team, they may be doing something in Horizon Workrooms or Glue or one of the other platforms. Are you guys omnivorous too? Do you see that going on, or are you trying to standardize it down to one platform?
Yeah, absolutely. We use all of them, right? So DXC, we are technology agnostic, first of all, and we do want to try all of the different ones, and different technologies give you a different experience. But think about the way somebody works in an office, right? When you think about the way that somebody is working, they might just need to have a quick one-on-one with somebody. And so they might use just some of the standard collaboration tools you have, like Microsoft Teams, or something like that. They might have a quick question that they need answered, so they might chat with somebody in your collaboration suite that you have, or send an email. But this type of environment with the various different technologies that we have allow you to have different types of immersive experience that you might not be able to have otherwise. And that's important to us. And when you think about it, when you have a company or scale, you need to be able to do that concurrently, right? You need to be able to have some tools that allow people to have the one-on-one meetings, some tools that allow you to have a boardroom type conversation, and some tools that allow you to have a major conference such as this. And some tools work better depending on which type that you're having. Just like you would select a certain venue for an event, you have to select the technology for the type of event and meeting or collaboration experience that you're really trying to engage your employees in. And that's important to think about. You need to have the tools in your toolkit, which Virbela is one of them.
So that is a great insight and great segue, Alex, to the new Campus 2 upgrade, which is what got us all here together, because it's a lot more than an improved graphical interface. You are, in fact, going to bring in more elements like, we were talking in the green room about Zoom being part of Virbela now.
Yeah, we like to think I think really holistically. So some of the goals with the new campus are really to start with kind of the psyche of the foundation and grounding of a community in a place that seems modern, but also connected really to nature and bright. Uh, a architecture that creates collisions to be more likely to happen on the campus, drive more activity within the scene. So there's that greater sense of community. And even if you're not meeting with certain people, you're going to see that they're across campus and have that feeling of togetherness, even if you don't speak to a person across campus. Also thinking about modularity in terms of being able to swap out or extend some of the elements of the campus to support larger communities or to customize the environment for specific needs of customers. Spoke earlier, and I think to some of the points that Christy was making, I'm not someone who says there's no place for video. I think there really is, particularly for really small groups or getting to know each other. Maybe at first there's that element of video that can help build some level of intimacy. But when we think about going to work on a day-to-day basis, being on camera all day is exhausting, right? It drives greater silos because you know, they're all happening in parallel. They're not interconnected, and you don't have this sense of, you know, togetherness. You can't manage by walking around. I can't bump into some of my team members on a video call, right? And when the person who ends the video call ends the call, it ends for everyone, right? There's no side chatter. There's no, hey, can I pull you aside for a second, that we see here. And then the exhaustion of being, you know, on camera all the time is, you know, I spend a lot of time in these virtual worlds, and it's nice to be able to dress how I want, look how I want, and just feel comfortable in showing up and leaning into different discussions.
You know what is interesting? I think Virbela and Philip, your company, High Fidelity, although it is spatial audio only, they share this quality where you can kind of drop in on somebody's room and it's persistently there while they're online. You know, you may be working on a Google Doc or even, you know, on a video call, but somebody can knock on your door and walk into your virtual office. So Philip, let's talk about that a little bit, because you chose to take the same kind of idea that Virbela has built into it, and you built a whole company around it, right? You're not using avatars, so to speak.
Yes, although Charlie, we do license our spatial audio technology to companies such as Virbela that are then able to use it to add spatial audio to, you know, a 3D environment with avatars. And I'd be the first to say that spatial audio for most applications is not on its own sufficient to achieve that same goal that I mentioned earlier, which is getting a, you know, randomly chosen person from the world comfortable, particularly meeting strangers, you know, doing something like this, going to a big event, you know, with communicating. Audio is good. I would say spatial audio is absolutely necessary. We're actually using it here right now as well. It's necessary, but not sufficient for making people comfortable in virtual spaces.
Christy, what are the biggest challenges large organizations are experiencing as it relates to remote and hybrid work?
Yeah, it's a good question. When you think about a large company such as ourselves, you have to think about all of the different experiences that your employees have. Just simple things like, do we have the accessibility features that we need, that we've planned for in an office? Do we have those in our virtual world as well? Things like the type of headset you need, or the ability to need closed captioning, or whatever the case may be. So simple things that, you know, you're like, oh, we do need to think about that as we go into the metaverse. And just from a scale perspective, 138,000 employees globally, you do need to make sure that the tool can scale with you. Think about the very first time you got on a video room and everybody's coming on and then you slowly start to see that the videos are going down wall, right? The internet is wasn't truly ready everywhere for that in people's homes or even in offices, everybody on the same Wi-Fi. So you have to think about those things and really providing the tools that people need in order to do their job. So I think it's just like when you are planning something in person and you're thinking about that, you have to think about all of those requirements that you need. And the other part of it, though, is as you're thinking about the future of the workplace, we are thinking at DXC about that experience. How do you engage your employees in a way that you would engage them personally so that they feel just as much a part of your company? We want everybody to leave the office that day going, we are DXC. You have to do that feeling that you have the tools and the experience with other employees, with tools that work in order to make that a really productive day and feel that you've done something great with your team. So tools like this, providing that experience in the right way, help us to do that. But if you do it poorly, that you haven't planned for all those things of, oh, we forgot Johnny can't join because he doesn't have the right type of headset or whatever it might be, you miss it. So it's really important to think about that future workplace and what you want it to be and all of the tools that need to be a part of it, because it's not just one answer.
Well, we were talking about people running into each other casually.
Yeah.
And we were also talking about video calls. I mean, what during the day are people really doing on Virbela in your company? I mean, there's probably meetings. Is there training? I'm interested in the variety of use cases.
So think about how we used to work in the office all day, and I can tell you how we use Virbela. So as an example, we just had a sales kickoff with over 1,000 people in our EMEA region who all came together for the day to really connect around the sales and revenue goals and learning of how we're going to go after the market together. We also onboard some of our employees. We have had panel sessions for Women's History Month to celebrate women in our company and have that conversation. So real true work that is getting done and making sure that we are using it in a workplace. But don't forget the other side of it, which is that other experience where people need to connect, right? We need to have those casual collisions where we're thinking about, we used to all go to happy hour or we used to all fly into a major event. We still want people to be able to connect and have those conversations. So having the soccer field or the beach or, the ship that everybody can go on is really important as well, so that you can provide people the opportunity to do that. And then there's other things that are way more serious than just an event. But think about if you are trying to solve a problem and you need a war room to do that. That can be hard to do in a video collaboration room or in Teams like we do today. But if you have a room here where you can go in, you can go out, you can go take a break, you can come back in, you can use the presentation tools along with the chat feature and those sorts of things, it can really start to mimic a true war room that you would use in solving a problem. And, as an IT company, those things happen for us all day. So setting up that war room type engagement is needed. So, it's really up to you with the art of the possible of how you can use this type of environment, what scale you want to use it in. And, the options are endless. I've been talking to the team about, I want to do a women's empowerment conference where we bring our customers, our college recruits, and our employees all together at once to really think about how we bring women to feel empowered at all stages of their career. What a better environment than this, where we can really take that global. I couldn't do that if I were just sitting in the office and trying to bring everybody together. So there's some real opportunity and options of what we can do. You just have to, think broad and wide and how you might use it.
So when we talk about remote now, you're talking about hiring employees from all over the world potentially, because you can now be virtually together on a platform like Virbela.
Yes. I mean, when you think about how we look at a Virbela, At DXC, you need to make a global company feel small. Virbela provides, and the Metaverse provides, a community environment where people can come together no matter where they are. They could be at the Starbucks down the street, they could be in the Starbucks across the globe, they could be at their home, they could be at the workplace, they could be at a hotel, and all coming together and working together in the same environment. That's not something we can do very easily today.
Philip, question for you about the interoperability of the Metaverse. What are we really talking about there, and what will and won't be important, do you think, going forward?
Yeah, I think that, there's a different answer in terms of what we're all talking about today versus the future that we're thinking about. And I think, Virbela and the experience we're having here is demonstrative of the future that we're eventually going to get to, where, for example, we can all work together in a space like this. I think right now, the interoperability or some of the sort of public discussion around metaverses is more around like connecting different game environments. And, as I've said many times before, I think that kind of confuses us all, because basically nobody wants to do that. There's not really an argument for, say, for example, moving my avatar between one game and another, because generally the avatars in games are highly customized for those games. They make sense in the environmental context of the game. But if you're asking the question about where things need to go and where we need to get to, certainly both for governance, socialization, and work purposes and everything else, moving our identity across multiple worlds is the first order of business. I'd say probably the next one is some sort of concept of money, because in any environment in which people are engaging in trade, there's going to be a need for a common digital currency of some kind. So I think you, Charlie Fink, being able to come to Virbela and then go to Second Life and then go to anywhere else that you might want to go to, while appearing to others the same way, containing identity, facts, or information you want to share that's common across those worlds, so that other people that are, say, your friends in the audience would recognize you. That's the kind of interoperability we need to be, we need to be building it. And I think that ultimately that will probably be at the top of the, value list, is moving avatars between worlds.
Well, once you come to a place like Virbela, Alex, and you knock on the door and you're inside, you are inside sort of a walled garden. I mean, all of your clients have, the similar worlds, but they are also walled off and private from one another.
Yeah, and that's mostly because that's the request of the customer right now, right? Things like privacy and security are kind of utmost important to a lot of our big corporate clients, or all our clients, which is very understandable. So I think the kind of the challenge and path forward that we need to think about is, how do we provide those high walled gardens for all the organizations who want it, but still ways to easily jump between different parts of the global ecosystem of Virbela campuses. You could even use EXP as an example. So EXPI has EXP Realty, it's got Virbela, it's got Success Magazine. They have a campus that they use just for investor meetings, shareholder meetings. So think about being able to jump between those, and some should require SSO to get into, say, Realty, but they might want open access to the investor relations group. We should be able to move smoothly between those. Other examples might be for learning development purposes. So you leave your kind of corporate Virbela office to maybe go to Stanford or MIT's version of Virbela to get professional development there.
So follow-up question, and maybe this is a good one for you, Christy. Why have some companies, well, of course, we know that, DXC is a technology company. So, but why are some companies struggling with this so much, and why haven't many followed your lead? Is it just because early days, or is there something cultural going on with some of these companies?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, this is all about driving cultural change within your company, for sure. And when you think about it, I think about my kids, right? Even for me to come into the metaverse, it is not natural for me to think about how to move my avatar around with my arrows. I'm not very good at it. My kids game, they, play Madden football, they do all sorts of things, and they've done it since they were young. This is a no-brainer for them. So some of the young professionals that are coming up, this is how they grew up talking to their friends. And frankly, my kids during COVID, this is how they connected during COVID with their friends, is using, platforms like this through some of their gaming in order to do that. So they're very used to it. Not all generations are. This is very different. There's also just the difference of, I'm looking at something that is not your actual face, and that doesn't always feel right? So people have to get used to that experience. And, people are humans for a reason. There's something about the touch and the feel and the face that you have. And now I might stare at you all day long, Charlie, staring at you in this session, but then I could pass by you on the street because all I saw was your avatar, right? So there's things like that we are going to have to overcome in learning how to deal with a new environment like this. But it just is a matter of that cultural change. And I'm a big believer in reverse mentoring, right? Where, it's really important that, some of the more experienced take the less experienced in place. Let's get our young professionals teaching the rest of our workforce how to do this every day, where they can hold your hand and get you where you need to go, and show you how to look around and do that. And that's actually what happened with me, right? I had some other folks in our company show me how to do some of these things that I just don't come as naturally to me. That's okay. And as long as we're driving that change and delivering on that culture that you're trying to build in your company, and really having it become a part of who you are. If I threw everybody in here all day long, you have to work this way, you're going to get some people who are going, no way, no how, right? But if we start to piecemeal them into it and be, hey, come to this hour meeting, or hey, come to this event, this could be exciting, then we're going to start to get them gradually used to it, and then it's going to take off.
So, Alex, do you think that this makes people feel more supported while working remotely? I mean, there was a big inflection point, right? 2 years ago, nobody used the word remote work, right? Remote work was like, a single digit of the actual knowledge work force. So, what kind of behavioral changes have you seen as a result of people being able to move into a metaverse environment after being in person for so long?
Yeah. Well, any staff in the room would be in a better position to answer it than I. I'm a little biased, and I hope they feel supported and people feel supported in here. Some of it is about access to leadership, right? And do you have a reason to schedule a Zoom call with the CEO or leadership? You probably don't, or that might be intimidating to do so. But when you can have collisions with leadership and pass by them in the hall and just say hello and have casual conversation, I hope that helps break down some of the hierarchies that typically happen in all ways of working, and also create a safe place where people can kind of lean into maybe some difficult conversations. I think the environments give social cues on how to behave. One of our clients here has even pushed us to create a campsite out in the new campus where it's just a circle around a campfire, right? About eliminating hierarchies and just having, round table, around a fire type discussions where people can kind of lean in and be themselves and hopefully feel supported.
Yeah, Charlie and Alex,
great.
I can echo that. When Second Life, there's a story I remember from Second Life, which is very similar. IBM started using Second Life quite heavily, back in the sort of 2006 era. And I remember that IBM had a large global event, which was staged in Second Life. And I think it was Sam Palmisano, right, who was the CEO at the time, was giving a talk. And a very similar story was told about a person who'd been I think a senior manager at IBM with the company for a long time, but had never spoken to Palmisano, though he had been, as he described it, in many near misses, like physically in the same room with him or even at the same table a lot of times, never talked to him, but went up to him in Second Life as an avatar immediately after he got down off the lectern, from his talk, and immediately connected with him, got to be friends with him, and still stays in touch with him now. So yeah, I agree. I think the disarming and flattening nature of virtual environments is obviously one of the really strong, especially long-term arguments for their existence.
And it's an area where I think it makes hybrid even more difficult, or really large organizations like Christie's, where being in the office doesn't mean everyone's in the same office, right? They're in different parts of the world, or maybe they're down the street from each other, but they're siloed by their physical location. So by having kind of this central place or central headquarters, whatever it may be, you're creating an area that everyone has equal access to, and no one has an advantage just because where they're physically located.
Yeah, imagine having that one cafeteria that literally everybody can go to around the globe. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So we were talking about eye contact a second ago. Philip, how important is realism in VR and in these kinds of virtual world environments? Do you think that will enable eye contact and more intimacy? And in what time frame do you think that'll happen, if ever?
Well, I think I guess the bad news is I think it's incredibly hard to do well, and it's also extremely important. Nonverbal signaling is a very important part of communication. I like to tell the story lately because I also think it's a hopeful story in these troubled times, that we have evolved white sclera, or light-colored, tissue around our irises of our eyes. The outer part of our eyes is white in color, and the reason for that is that it enables us to communicate in very subtle ways by changing our gaze, just a teeny bit. I mean, we all know the experience of looking over at a friend while somebody else is talking and maybe rolling your eyes a little bit, right? You can make that motion in a fraction, probably in a tenth of a second while they're looking at you. Probably nobody else will see, and you've both just communicated something very powerful. So nonverbal cues are very important. They're obviously not yet represented in environments such as these, although as we're talking about, the benefits of these environments in many cases and for many people outweigh the costs. I think establishing eye contact correctly is going to be very difficult. Ultimately, as you know, Charlie, perhaps better than I, there's lots of AR and VR devices that will, I don't know, in their next couple of generations, be able to track the eyes. Whether that'll be effective, whether it'll have the latency and resolution we need to communicate with our eyes is hard to say. I actually personally think that advances with webcams and with phone cameras, the latest iPhones, of course, for several generations have had forward-facing depth cameras built in, to the devices. I think we're likely to see some really good nonverbal cueing communicated via, say, webcam or via the handheld mobile device in ways that are quite interesting and that will up the game so that we in here can communicate as well as those people that are in the real world.
Sort of like emojis on steroids.
Yeah, exactly. Although, by the way, I just wanted to point out, I think there's almost a U-shaped curve or a sort of an uncanny valley. Kids, to my knowledge, for the kids I've talked to, actually don't use avatars when they're hanging out with friends. There's a little bit of like hanging out in Fortnite, but for the most part, kids actually use either audio only, phone calls, or the most likely, kid use of tech that I hear is actually FaceTime. They're actually using their real faces, and it's misleading a little bit because kids do use things like Snapchat lenses, but not in live communication. They use it in asynchronous play, which is a very different idea. So we've got this weird situation right now where actually, I actually think it's older people that have dedicated themselves to it in places like here and Second Life that have grown comfortable using avatars, and actually younger people are not using avatars in a way that tells us that it's just going to be easy and it's just a matter of kind of, getting the older people to do it. I actually think it's the older people who are doing a better job of it.
Christy, what advice would you have for a CIO who wants to onboard a large organization onto a collaboration platform like Virbela? Where do you even start?
Yeah, I think you really have to think about how you're going to use it, right? This is one tool in the toolkit of our modern workplace. And so when we think about what that looks like, you don't want to force it on people for the wrong situation. So thinking about, when do I use, Virbela in the metaverse for one type of or multiple types of events versus a Zoom versus chat versus a live meeting, right? Moments matter. And so you need to think about how you get them right. And so thinking about that full experience is one. The second one is, I'm not going to lie to you, you have to take the cost into account. And if this is not going to be something that can, take the place of other travel or event planning or things like that, you have to think about the cost. And third, and finally, you really have to think about putting the right experience together within a tool like this for your employees. How you show up in this metaverse is very important. Think about how amazing this experience has been today with, the diversity showcase and then this auditorium versus when you first come in and you see that beautiful view. You need to think about what that looks and feels like, and does it match the culture of your company and what you're trying to do. So, I always say you really only get the first chance to grab somebody and make them feel really good about the environment. Your experience counts. So how you roll it out, how you use it is going to be really, really important in terms of your modern workplace.
Alex, kind of a Slido question for you here. What role do you think AR and VR will have in Virbela's metaverse, both near term and long term?
Yeah, I particularly think maybe a little bit more about VR, just because a little bit closer, and we do some things with VR. I think VR is really great for some certain learning experiences, right? Particularly when kind of your tactiles and routine of the body and the visuals really makes sense. So we've done some VR development with our nation's military, where being fully immersive in things being kind of really hyper realistic and be able to use the tools that you'd use in your day job in virtual reality, picking things up, looking through them, operating as they would. VR is really helpful. So that's one example. Another area is thinking about design principles, and when we're looking at maybe models that we really want to look closely at and look all around, there's opportunity to get in and be fully immersive. And some element of day-to-day kind of collaboration, but with limitations. Again, spending probably over 40 hours a week in virtual worlds, I can say I have no interest in being in a VR headset, all day, at least at this point, in terms of their readiness for being in them all day. I like being able to be in my natural surrounding. I like being able to work from multiple monitors, but yet having a feeling like I'm connected with my team.
Philip, question for you, and hopefully I'll learn something from your answer. Can you help us decode NFTs and Web3 and what the relationship is to either the big M, metaverse, or the small m metaverses that, companies are building for themselves, like DXC?
Well, obviously that's a big topic, and that's a tall order, Charlie, to say I'm going to teach you something. I think that, look, when we started Second Life, one of the fundamental things that I felt we needed, and I think in retrospect it was correct, was people were going to be able to make things, right? Like the idea of Second Life was that it was going to be this gigantic Lego kit where you could literally stand in a circle and have contests to see who could build, something that looked like a grandfather clock the quickest. That's the kind of thing we did in the early days. and so, building things and being creatively expressive in building was, was key enabling component of Second Life. What logically went along with that was pretty much NFTs. That is to say, it felt to us like if you built something, if you were building some cool thing on stage here, you ought to be able to like right click on it and set it for sale if somebody wanted to buy it, and then they could buy their own copy. And if they bought their own copy, they could definitely tell by right clicking on it or by somebody else right clicking on it later that, I made it, it was a genuine Philip, grandfather clock. So that basic idea of enabling trade and enabling people to be expressive and be creative by being able to, move things around along with attribution as to where they came from, or pricing or whatever in the virtual world was an incredibly important, thing that definitely was one of the things that helped get Second Life big, So I think the one thing is, that fundamental idea, which is digital assets have real value and people want to have a way to actually the word is alienate, meaning give to someone else a digital asset without permission. Like I can take off, Charlie can take off his glasses and hand them to me and then they're mine. And nobody has to approve that. Apple doesn't have to approve that Charlie wanted to give me his glasses. That's called alienability. It's actually kind of the key word in an NFT. So enabling that ability to mark things digitally and pass them around to other people, I think was absolutely key to our success. And I think it's aspirationally what people are excited about here. We've been kind of talking about microtransactions, for example, Charlie, all the way back, into the early 90s, and
Still
so I
need it.
think, yeah, the general idea of microtransactions and digital assets is a topic that is it's always true that we need more of that. And so I think, the kind of underlying thing around NFTs is a sensible thing. And then, of course, as we all know, there's all kinds of, tulip bulb, energy costs on blockchain, all sorts of negative things. And I think the reason for that is we're kind of like halfway to a good solution with both crypto and NFTs. We're doing experiments right now, but we're going to look back on this in 10 years and go, oh, that was the crazy experiment stage. Oh my God, I can't believe we did that. Now we do this other thing.
Panelists, you guys are fascinating. We do have some questions from the audience. We have about 10 minutes left. So if you're in the audience and you have a question, something we haven't addressed in our conversation, put it in the Slido. Here's one, a favorite of mine, but I'll give it to you guys, whoever wants it. How do we solve the problem of national contracts, laws, and visa requirements, teleworking still required to sign a national contract, not a metaverse contract? That makes sense. I'll take it.
What do you think, Charlie? Yeah.
Well, we talked about this at South by Southwest, the difficulty of there being a big M metaverse when 3/4 of the world is looking at a completely different internet. So, and obviously, if you add to that transactions between these very different national metaverses, right? The, Russian internet and the Chinese internet are not something that you and I can look at and easily understand. And I think that would be true for the average person in China as well. So, I think that's one of the biggest obstacles, to there being a big M metaverse as opposed to lots of small M metaverses. Here's another Slido question, maybe for Alex. What is the biggest benefit for an academic institution utilizing metaverse?
I think building communities of learning. It was one of the main kind of challenges I was experiencing when I founded Virbela. I was pursuing my PhD in mostly on-site classes, but I had a couple of classes that were online, and I just was so disappointed in terms of my connection to my peers, connections to my professor, having real dialogue versus kind of superficial chat dialogue in chat forums that are happening online. So I think, again, the value is the community and creating communities of learning where the students are learning as much from each other as they are from the educator is a real opportunity to bring in folks in education setting. There's also the international element, right? We live in a global economy. The importance of building cultural competency and in gaining empathy for people in different parts of the world. It's an opportunity to bring people together and engage with students that they might not otherwise get to engage with.
Great. Here's one for you, Christy. All too often, when I hear people talking about the metaverse, it sounds like we're talking about the internet. How are they different?
Yeah, it's not the internet at all. And hopefully we've driven that home throughout this panel that, the metaverse is really about building a community experience and being able to bring people together in a way that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. The internet is a great resource of information. I'm not going to say facts because it's not always factual, but of information, but really bringing people together across the globe in different ways, and the experience that you can create is very vastly different than just the internet.
So that's what we have from Slido. Big question for you, Philip. Are companies losing time by not being on a platform like Virbela? Is it finally time for all the people who were saying in the 2000s that they weren't ready? Are they ready now? Do you think we're going to see a big wave in the next few years?
Well, one thing I would say is that, COVID made clear to everyone, or forced a public experiment regarding something that everybody, or not everybody, but so many people, I guess a lot of the people in this room would just be like, duh, that was obvious, which was, can people work remotely with high productivity and effectiveness, right? I mean, that was the COVID test, and so now that we know the answer to that is yes, and of course all of us are like, that was not a very difficult question, but now that we know the answer to that is yes, it's going to change work profoundly, because obviously a global workforce is enormously more leveraged in a lot of ways than a strictly local one. So yeah, I mean, so Charlie, I think that the counter side is the technology is still very early, and it's not just easy to get a huge company to switch over. We've already touched on a few of the challenges, but I think though that there's something for every company, and so everybody is going to want to start taking advantage of kind of these fully remote work environments, and then they're going to need tools like these to make them humanized, to make them compelling as an experience for people. So yeah, I think every company should be at least playing with this stuff. I mean, you'd be crazy not to.
Do you think, Alex, that that'll someday include like retail companies and some of the big brands? I know that they're big fashion brands looking at NFTs and so forth. Do you think that they'll move into these kinds of virtual environments?
I think there certainly will absolutely be elements of that, and we'll see them come in. But it's also about bridging the physical and the digital. So if you look at EXP, right? EXP doesn't sell digital homes, right? They sell real homes in the real world, but yet they leverage this platform to really streamline their operations, right, in a way that's far more affordable. They're immediately in any new geographic location because their headquarters is everywhere. Expanding is at literally clicks of a button. They can expand. They have a business model that encourages peer-to-peer learning. In encouraging realtors to support other realtors. So this is a platform where there's just a ton of peer-to-peer learning, mentorship groups, and special interest groups within their community. So yes, will there be more kind of commerce and make your physical assets digital? Yes, I think we're seeing that, and we'll see more of that. But I think it's also a blend of what we do in the digital world to support what's happening in the physical world.
Yeah, and if I can just add to what Alex was saying real quick, Charlie, at DXC, we already see that we have retail and banking companies coming to us about how can they open up a store in the metaverse or a virtual bank in the metaverse or things like that. But I think, there are large companies really trying to trial these types of technologies to see what they might bring. And I think as the technology evolves, it's going to start to become more real of what does the new meta business model look like, because there is an idea of how you might start thinking about NFTs and what that might look like. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here, and I think we're going to start to see as this technology evolves and maybe starts to meld with other technologies for that 3D experience, making it more personal, those sorts of things. I think it could get really exciting.
Well, that's about all the time we have. It's been a great panel. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Virbela, for having me. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Craig.
Thank you, Charlie. Wow, just incredible. I was just reflecting as listening to this conversation how privileged we are to have just incredible insights from this panel. I mean, I really think this is a unique moment in time as we're literally defining the enterprise metaverse from the consumer metaverse, from all these concepts out there, and we're really literally deploying what it means to come together and have a professional networking event like this, and building, I think Christy mentioned really well, building community, which is so fantastic. The perspectives here are just so fantastic, and I wanted to say a big thank you to our panelists and all the insights and the transparency that you brought to this conversation. Thank you so much. As we wrap up the content portion of today, and before we head over to the speakeasy, which you can teleport to or walk to, we're having a special 10-year anniversary party for Virbela. A lot of folks don't know that Alex started this 10 years ago in his PhD program, and we're going to have a special party for that. For everybody's invited, with our Los Angeles DJ Jeremy Soul. If you're a fan of music in Southern California, you'll know him well from KCRW. We like to pay homage to our event name with the team hands in, and this is going to be a bit crazy because there's 200 people here. But for those of you who want to stick around before the party, come on stage and we'll do the hands in and get some pictures with the audience up here on stage. Come on up, don't be shy. This is the beauty of autonomy in the immersive platform, is we give you folks all the ability to come join us up here and see if we can get everybody facing towards the audience and do a hands in out back towards the audience, and we'll have our team take some pictures. And the way you do a hands in once you get in position is that you type into the command chat / hands in, one word. Come on up. Someone's gonna have to tell me from the audience. I don't know if that's you, Marco, out there, Maya, Caitlin, on when we should break after you get some photos. And as we're doing this, turn towards the audience if you can, so we get all view of your faces, and we'll do this facing the audience. And don't forget to explore the campus after the party or during the party. Continue to learn about the different designs and scenes and community experiences that we built out there. And are we ready? Are we ready for a break?
Greg, who's doing the break? Are you doing the break, or do you want me to do the break?
I'll do the break. You tell me when. Everybody hands in.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1, break. Woohoo! That's how we end all of our big team meetings. thanks everybody. This couldn't have been such a fantastic event without all of our attendees and our audience, our customers, our partners. We've got the horns busting out. You'll notice that there's a lot of secret commands that you can discover in the Virbela campus and really be able to express emotion. So thank you to the Virbela team for pulling this all together, our first conference. It's been really a special experience and one where I've met a lot of new people, new friends. Can't wait to have you all back here for our next big events. And we're excited to start patching our new Campus 2.0 scene into our customer private campuses in April. Very excited. We'll see you all in the speakeasy for
Thanks
our
all.
DJ party.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody's feeling okay out there. In here, I should say. My name is Jeremy Soul. I'm a DJ from KCRW here in Los Angeles. But it's an honor to be chosen for Virbela's first user conference. This is Hands In Conference, and it's a real honor to be here for the first one. Welcome everybody into this virtual space, into this VR environment that we are in. It's beautiful that we all get to be here to christen today together, and we're going to do this on this dance floor, virtually speaking. Let's get down together. All right? Let's do it.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate you being here.
Now, the way I play music, we're going to go all around the world all through time. So open your mind beyond any kind of boundaries or anything like that. Thank you for keeping your mind open, your heart open. We're going to do this one together. If you all figured out the controls for your keypad, it's time to boogie. Time to boogie. Time to boogie.
Oh yeah, music stopped. It's not going.
We lost
Yeah,
music.
Stopped for me too.
Oh yeah.
Get it back.
Everybody
Do the beatbox. Do the beatbox.
Oh, great.
I don't think he knows.
It looks cool though.
Yeah, he's totally hitting it off there by himself.
This is a silent disco.
Oh my gosh.
All that spinning.
When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, and something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. Just the two of us.
What about how you feeling? You feeling good out there? You look good. Before, never heard them quite like this. Let's go.
We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, not those who wait too late. We got to go for all we know.
Mark Daniels. We got Big Cap, Alex Howland. Get your dance on, guys.
Well, my body's in a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like your dress. I want you to come on over and stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Did you have to go to jail? But your house on a up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? Hope you didn't catch a 10. Hope you found the right man who'll fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay that fine? You was dodging all the time. Are you used to busy? Since I come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like your dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me.
Hello.
Why don't you come on over,
Hello. 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 Hi.
Are you ready? Hey, Maya, Sarah, Brian, mash those dance buttons. Mash those dance buttons. I see y'all. Look good. Did you pick that? Did you pick that outfit just for me?
I don't want nobody else to ever love me. You are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. There's not a minute, hour, day or night that I don't love you. You're at the top of my list, cause I'm always thinking of you. I still remember in the days when I was scared to touch you, how I spent my day dreaming, planning how to say I love you. You must have known that I had feelings deep enough to swim in. That's when you opened up your heart and you told me to come in. Oh, my love. 1,000 much, never too much, never too much, never too much.
That's the way it was. Happened so naturally. I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go. And now we're flying through the stars. Hope this night will last forever. Yeah. I've been waiting for you. It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You filled my heart with your bliss. You gave me freedom. I knew I could not resist. I needed someone. And now we're flying through the stars. Hope this night will last forever. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
You look good. dancing up front here. Yeah. We got Fran and the whole PWC team as well. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Bringing that Johnny Cash classic down to Jamaica. Yeah. How's everybody feeling? How you feel?
Love is a burning thing, and it makes her fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. Well, I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames rose high, and it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. Oh yeah. The taste of love is sweet, where hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh Lord, but the fire went wild. Well, I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames rose high, and it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire.
Yeah. We got Sheldon. We got Nicole, Josh. Great keynotes tonight. Today has been amazing. You earned those moves, y'all.
Lean on me, I'm the man. When the day comes and you're down, and I'm in trouble, and I'm about to drown.
Mash those buttons.
Like a fool, I went and stayed too long. I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. And that time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Oh, you got me feeling shaky in your hands. Here I am, baby. You got me feeling shaky in your hands.
Yeah. We got Leo and the guy at Link bringing the Virbela to Japan. Yeah, we got people in here from all over the US, Nepal, Germany, UK, Hong Kong. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. We did this together, y'all. Together. Diego from Brazil. Yeah. We got the whole VR Park team out from Belfast. And yo, Cam, I see you. I see you repping San Diego up in the balcony there. Come on. Mash those buttons, y'all. Come on, boogie with me. Boogie with me. Did you learn your signature move? That combination. Come on. everybody that's just walking in here to get down with us. Thank you. My name is Jeremy Soul, representing Los Angeles, representing the whole world race, dancing to each other's groove.
Now there you go again, you say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. But listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost, or what you had and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you know.
Hey, Sean, I know you still got this in London. So this is the first user conference of Virbela. Welcome, y'all.
Now here I go again, I see the crystal vision. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams. And have you any dreams you like to sell? Dreams of loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had.
All right, it's time, y'all.
And what
It's time.
you love.
EXP, PWC, AT&T, DXC.
What you had.
Every other three-letter acronym. Get your dance on. It's about that time. It's about that time.
Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. All I got to say is, if I was your girl, all the things I do to you, I'd make you call up my name, I'd ask who it belongs to. If I was your woman, the things I do to you, but I'm not, so I can't be
Hands in. Come on.
if I was your girl.
I just saw it. I'm looking at y'all grooving. You look good. Come on, don't think I don't see you, Nancy. Nancy, Rhonda, Hideki, everybody.
Hey, what's the matter, man? We're gonna come around at 12 with some Puerto Rican girls. It's just time. We're gonna bring a case of wine. And you know, let some more around, you know, like we used to.
Yeah.
I can't go for that. No. I can't go for that. Can't go for
Go ahead,
that.
Nancy. Get it. Rhonda, come on. Christy. Mitra, we got Courtney. I see you, Courtney. I see you. Sarah, say what? Yeah. I mean it so much. Thank you for sharing your voices earlier. Everybody here, appreciate it. Everybody.
Do almost anything that you want me to. Yeah, but I can't go for that. No, no can do. I can't go for that. No, no can do. I can't go for that. No, no can do. I can't go for that. Can't go for that. Can't go for that. Can't go for that. I can go for being twice as nice. I can go for just repeating the same old line. Use the body, now you want my soul. Ooh, forget about it, now say no go. Yeah, I'll do anything that you want me to. Yeah, do almost anything that you want me to.
Look at her. She's a bad man, just as fine as she can be. Hey, she's a bad man, just as fine as she can be. Her body measurements are perfect in every dimension. She's got a figure that's shown of great attention. She's poetry in motion, a beautiful sight to see. I get so excited viewing her anatomy. She's real good, she's she's tight, got all the curves a man like. She's real good, she's she's tight, got all the curves a man I bet you're wondering how I knew. Baby, 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 about your plans to make me blue. With some other girl you knew before. Between the two of us girls, you know I love you more. It took me by surprise, I must say. When I found out yesterday, don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine? Not much longer would you be mine. Not much longer would you be mine. I know that I heard it through the grapevine.
Yeah.
Through the grapevine. And I'm just about to lose my mind. Oh, yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Baby, won't you listen to me? Oh, take the goodness, excuse my eyes. Baby, baby, these tears I can't hold outside. Losing you, put in my life to see. Because you mean that much to me.
We having fun, y'all? We got Alex, Sheldon, Eric. Thank you for bringing this out to the world. Yeah. Check out Nicole, check out Lydia. Roberto breaking it down, y'all. Yeah. Hey, Danielle, we're all in that relay for life. Yep. Like I said, might have heard these songs before, but never quite like this. I believe you're gonna know this one.
That is gone across the ocean, leaving just a memory. Snapshot in the family album. Daddy, what else did you leave for me? Daddy, what'd you leave behind for me? What'd you leave behind for me, Daddy? All in all, it was just a brick in the wall. All in all, it was all just bricks in the wall.
I'm only coming out to play. Nothing more that I hate in this life. The wrong impression, I only have one to make. You can open your palm, waiting to catch a break. The cards will fall where they may. And what about me? I believe in fate. They wanna know where I'll be in 5. But what about today? What about tonight?
Yes. Shout out, Daniel. Shout out to the Go Meet team. Yeah. Oh, y'all.
Bass.
Vision, dreams of passion. And all the while I think of you. A very very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Something like a phenomenon, baby. Telling your body to come along, but white lines blow away. Rock it. Ticket to ride, White Line Highway. Tell all your friends they can go my way. Pay your toll, sell your soul. Pound for pound, costs more than gold. The longer you stay, the more you pay. My white lines go a long way, either up your nose or through your vein, with nothing to gain except killing your brain.
Yeah, Spider-Man and Freeze in full effect. You ready, Ron? I'm ready. You ready, Dave? I'm ready, Slick. Are you? Oh, yeah. Girl, I must warn you. I sense something strange in my mind. Yo, situation is serious. Let's cure it, cause we're running out of time. It's all so beautiful. Relationships, they seem from the start. It's all so deadly when love is not together from the heart. It's driving me out of my mind. That's why it's hard for me to find. Can't get it out of my head. Miss her, kiss her, love her. Wrong move, you're dead. That girl is poison. Never trust a big butt and a smile. That girl is
Yo, let's go a little bit longer. Everybody down to go a little bit longer? Let's go for a couple more minutes. Have fun. Yeah.
Trying to hold back this feeling for so long. And if you feel like I feel, then come on. Oh, come on. Woo. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's love, baby. Let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on. We're all sensitive people with so much to give. I understand me, sugar. Since we got to be here, let's live. I love you. There's nothing wrong with me loving you, baby, no. And giving yourself to me can never be wrong. If the love is true, oh baby. Ooh, don't you know how sweet and